Why, hello, human beings. How you doing today? Sindel Q here. Thank you for visiting my channel. Um, Apparently, I hope I'm doing pretty good with the streaming right now. Hopefully, everything is gravy. I got my tablet here so I can see how well the stream is. So, do apologize. And it actually looking pretty good. Hear my volume. It actually doesn't sound bad. Okay, I'll turn it down, and there we go. Golden apples is great to see you all times, man. I really appreciate it. Um, yeah, so if you want me to talk about what been happening, got a promotion. Got a promotion at the job. So that's why I haven't been really making any content or doing anything because life come first. Life come first. And honestly, I've been trying to upgrade my setup so I could do a little bit more streaming. Like as you can see on the camera, yes, I'm playing at 4K. I still want to use my capture card, but for some reason my capture card in my PC is kind of jank. It's kind of jank. But it's all good because I will get a brand new capture card and probably replace this one. uh Right now, I'm using a Elgato 4K, but I don't want to use the Elgato 4K that's on my PC. I kind of want to put in my PC. That's either here or there. That's just whatever. Just trying to upgrade my setup, all that stuff. And I'm just happy for me to go back streaming and talk about what's going on. Um, as you know, you see my microphone. I know it got RGB, but I saw Razer make one. I'm not trying to tell everybody to get a Razer microphone, but I saw a Razer made one and I kind of want to get that one. So save my money for that and just, do what I gotta do to increase. So get more posters. As you can see, I got my Razer Sneaky Snake in the background, as you can see, is giving a little bit more like a ambulance type of situation. As you can see, I'm looking at my Sneaky Snake. Um, I don't know. It's been crazy, And oh, that's just this. It's been crazy, and I'm just happy to go ahead and talk about what's going on with Sony and stuff, and just ready to go ahead and do it. Places got bullied off social media. I know we're gonna go all of that, but I kind of want to show like some evidence of certain things of what's going on. You know how I do. I want to show like I want to read articles. I want to read all this. Um, Couple things I'm going to say right now before we get started. Look, I'm always going to be against disc media. What I mean by that, I don't like the disc media when it comes down to that as physical media because they're not as strong as something like this, where this lasts a little bit longer. This is my Metroid Prime remaster I got for Christmas. That it's still sealed in the box because I'm a Metroid fan, but I got this for Christmas and going to keep it real since Nintendo doing all that stuff now. I'm not really so hyped about getting Nintendo Switch 2. I'm not getting Nintendo Switch 2. They could suck off because I don't suck any corporation off. You also got this. This is a USB drive that you can add storage to it. I like this more than disc. As I got the Demon Slayer one because my sister gave it to me. You know, this one have Windows 11. This one have Linux, I believe. I just like this type of physical media and this type of physical media. I always hate this, but I'm not going to sit here and clown on people losing access to their physical media, disc or not. Is not right because you can't play your older play like PlayStation's been doing this for a while. Let's keep it real. All your PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 games can't play on the PlayStation 5. They let you had to pay for a service to play on your which call it on your PlayStation 5. So they already killed the physical media. I mean, everybody want to say Xbox dead, Xbox did it with Game Pass, but since Sony announced it, Sony actually killed it. And at least with the Xbox Series X, I could still take my older games and put it in there. I love disc-based media. And I understand that. I completely understand why people like this media. But me personally, I really hate it. If you know the YouTuber Brings It's he do a lot of PC stuff. He actually went and put his Linux onto the PlayStation 5. He even say he hate this media, but I'm not going to sit here and clown on people who don't like, I mean, who like this media. To me, it's just low storage and all that stuff. But I'm not going to sit here and clown on people who losing that, except for the fanboys. Most of my PlayStation 5 games I own are physical. Yeah, and they should never got rid of it because it's funny because Sony created CD base with Philips. So they're not losing any money. I want to read this first one. They have not posted 5 days since the announcement, and they're getting oh yeah, I did read that. Yeah, I'm glad they're getting clowned on. But to be honest, I don't want people to lose physical media, period. I really don't want people to lose it because you're telling me that um PlayStation just want to go away of it. I understand when it comes down to looking at the numbers and everything, which the numbers is false because most of the numbers that they're looking at is nothing but physical. I mean, digital instead of physical. So let's just keep it real. They're looking at certain numbers, like PlayStation fanboys like to look at certain numbers when they try to defeat their purpose. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look at some of the blogs PlayStation put up about not only just physical media but also movies and stuff, and then we're going to go at what they could go ahead, what people could do to at least have their rights to have physical media, and what's the other option. And I'm not going to sit here and tell people to buy a Steam Deck. Steam Deck is over a grand. Don't buy a Steam, not Steam Deck, Steam machine. Don't buy a Steam machine because it's over a grand. That's crazy. Don't buy a Steam Deck. That's close to PlayStation 5 Pro. You know, just to be honest, buy PC. Even either pre-build or build it yourself. Just buy a PC. But let's go ahead and go into the into articles, okay? I got a lineup up here so I don't miss up. So we're under the PlayStation blog, and January 20 physical disc production and in January 28th for new games released on PlayStation console. That sucks. Let's keep it real. That sucks. That sucks. I'm going to increase it just a little bit more so people could read with me. Mm-mm-mm. In response to shift trends in consumer performance preference, new games will be released on PlayStation 6, on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital format only. See, I have a problem with this because I'm not going to lie. I did say I do like digital media, and there's a reason why I like digital media over this media. Yeah, I could pay less for games. Yes, I could go ahead and you know, get DRM free. Yeah, I could do a lot of stuff. I don't have to rely on a disc, and I always been like this since I was younger. And but that still doesn't what you call it doesn't defeat the fact that there is a era where physical media is reliable. Is this I feel like with disc versions, they're only hold so much storage compared to this. This holds like 128 gigabytes of storage. You could get a terabyte. You could get 2 terabytes. You could get bigger stuff. But I don't know why Nintendo don't want to put bigger storage onto these, but you could get more storage when it comes down to this compared to a disc. But I'm not going to sit here and say they don't have a purpose because they do have a purpose. You can have your physical media. And that's where PC come in because you could grab one of these, add your physical media, and say, hey, buddy, I bought a game that's DRM free. Do you want to play it? Here you go. You know, I understand you can't sell it, and I understand the negatives of it because I do see the negatives of physical media. You don't own it, except if you pirate it or get DRM free. You can have people who could interrupt the game as much as possible, but at the same time, Concord exists, and they shut down the service for Concord. So even with the physical media, they could stop supporting it, and you don't have the game. That's just the future, and that sucks because you spent over you spent $400 million on Concord, and you just shut it down. That's crazy in my book. So even physical media is not safe for shutdowns, if that makes sense. You can actually make physical media on your Steam games as well. Yeah, DRM free or crack it. Yeah, I completely agree. You can make your physical media, put it onto here, and you can put on this on a different PC. Now, the thing I'm trying to figure out is Sony going to let you download those games onto a SD drive, let your friends share it? No. Are they going to give you multiple stores so you could go and find a better deal? No. All it is this the reason why I'm afraid of people who own PlayStation is because they don't have other stores to go to get a better deal. Pretty much making Sony a monopoly of their own store. And I understand a lot of people say, "Oh, it's not a monopoly." No, if you have the majority of control in your on your platform, doesn't let you buy any other stuff over other platforms, then guess what? It's a monopoly. When people say Steam is monopoly, it's really not, because if you look at it, you could go ahead and go to the GOG, you could go to Epic. Steam don't force you to use their own platform. Valve just don't. I could make a physical media of my games if I want to. Exactly. Exactly. And I know a lot of people going to be mad about, oh, people want to people can't make physical copies. You can't. You just can't. Matter of fact, somebody put physical media on the floppy disk. But hey, I guess people don't want to pay attention to those. All right. In response, okay. As consumers prefer a as consumer preference and the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical disc to digital, physical game disc pro- production for all new games released on PlayStation console will be discontinued starting January 2028. Following this data, new games will be available on PlayStation stores and at retailers in digital format only. This trend had no impact on games that already released or will be released prior to January 2028 in this format. Going to keep it real, people, please build a Nest system and put all your stuff on the Nest system. Go and keep it real. If you really want to keep those physical media, you can. But if you want to go ahead and preserve those physical media, put all those games on the Nest system, put all those movies on the Nest system, put anything you have home on the Nest system so you can at least access it as many times you want. Du-du-du-du. This is a natural direct for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt a consumer trend as the general preference for digital media significantly outpace physical disc. The transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefer to access and play games today. I got a question about this, Sony. Are you counting Roblox? Are you counting Fortnite? Are you counting Battlefield? Are you counting Marvel Rivals? Because all of those you only could access digital. Those don't have physical copies. Those are straight up digital. Because does that mean that you're accounting all your single player games, all your games that you have on disc, or are you looking at the majority people just releasing game digital only? Are you counting the games that are released physical only? If you're not, then what you're saying is actually, misleading. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, PC have all digital. Get it. But we can still make digital copies of our games onto like this or on an SD card, you know? We can make them. Like we could get an SD card for around freaking what is it? $12 to make physical copies. We could go ahead and buy CDs and Blu-rays and make them for an extra $24. We have options to make physical media physical media instead of having digital. So that's one thing I'm trying to figure out. Why are we Why are why are you cutting off physical? Because you want to control all your stuff. Let's just keep it 100%. You want to control all of your devices, all of your stuff, because we already know that you have Marvel to talk about. Remember the leaks? Remember the leaks? So imagine this. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand. I know a lot of people say because of the Marvel leaks and everything, they see that a lot of that they're going by misleading. But what about this? Sony have a Sony have a contract with Marvel, right? Contract with Marvel making the X-Men and stuff like that. In that leak, Marvel say if you cannot sell this many copies, then we're going to cut ties with, with you when it comes down to licensing. So think about it. The future Marvel games, they want to see more sales. So having used games just make no sense when it comes down to PlayStation and Sony trying to keep that industry. Because think about it. If you could get a Marvel game for like $30 compared to on PlayStation Store is 70. People gonna go towards the 30. Or hey, maybe I could get it used for 20 off of eBay from somebody. They're not seeing that sells. So for them to prevent that, let's just go ahead and make it all digital. So the only way they could buy the game is through us. That's basically all it is. But how the backlash from the gamers, I'm not going to say fanboys, but for the gamers, is the fact that they're saying we don't like this. What's the reason why we're doing this? I don't like it. So what's the point of supporting you? And what's the point of buying a PlayStation if it's going to be all digital? I might as well move over to PC. And newsflash, I am going to upgrade my nephew PC, not the GPU. I'm probably going to do the CPU, motherboard, and I'm going to do a brand new case and everything. I'm going to surprise him with a brand new looking PC. At least with him, and it's funny because my nephew got a PlayStation 5, right? He's here now. He's playing his PlayStation 5. He's playing with his friends. The only games he play is Roblox. He's only playing Marvel Rivals. And he's only playing Fortnite. Those are the only 3 games he plays. So let me ask you this, Sony. Who's really buying your games? You want more control. That's basically what it is. It's not the fact that it's the trend. It's the fact that you want more control when it comes down to your platform. All right, let's continue reading. We continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation in how players can access their games and provide choices as to where players prefer to play versus new games, whether it's a retailer or PlayStation. No retailer's not going to have your shit. No retailer's going to have your shit. If they know it's all digital only, what money they're getting? What money are they getting by sending codes to retailers? GameStop is about to go down because you're doing code-based only. They're not getting money for giving you ones and zeros onto a piece of paper so you could download ones and zeros. They did that before. I went and bought a game for Steam I bought a game from Steam. So no, I bought a game for Nintendo with a code. It's crazy. I bought a game for Nintendo with a code. I'm going to keep it real. What money are they getting back from those games? Like, let's keep it real. Like, if I was a retailer and I'm asking for money, I mean, I'm trying to sell copies, everything, but you're going to go ahead and take away physical copies, what money am I going to make? That's funny. We remain committed to deliver a world-class gaming experience to our fans, and we thank you for your continued support. Question, like, are you going to add more stores onto your platform? No? Then then fuck off. Now we're going to look into this one right here. let's go ahead and go in a little bit more. This is where they got rid of movies. The Terminator, I'll be back. PlayStation will remove hundreds of purchased movies and TV shows for users, libraries in September. Damn. Imagine you spend money, world class gaming experience. Exactly. 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 So let me get this straight. Now, I bought Archer, right? On Google. I'm a big Archer fan. I love it. Matter of fact, I'm bowling and I'm actually going to buy a Danger Zone. Danger Zone Solid and Danger Zone Pearl. I'm thinking about making content with bowling. I'm going to have my second YouTube channel be nothing but bowling because bowling is actually fucking fun. um, Yay! You get to remove Terminator because of licensing. That's where physical media happens. Go ahead and get yourself. Go ahead, go online, buy yourself a whole bunch of movies for like pennies for DVDs. Buy music for pennies on CDs. Buy yourself a freaking Blu-ray burner for your PC and put all that shit on the NAS system. I'm telling you right now, that's the best way where you can keep all your libraries where you don't have to destroy your physical media. Sony had announced its removal hundreds of purchased movies and TV shows by studio cancel for a player digital library. This will begin September 1st, with Sony ceasing seemingly expired contract license agreement as the reason. My bad. I'm not a great reader. You can view full legislation list of content being removed from players' PlayStation digital library by checking out Sony announcement post published on Friday, June 26th. I think I'm looking ahead before I'm reading. My bad. Which sufficiently read from September 1st, 2026, due to our contest license agreement. You will no longer be. You know what? I'm going to say this. I think what it is, and I'm not trying to make no conspiracy theory, but I think when the license is out, I think Sony give notes to like retailers with their physical media and say, hey, you got to take this off the market or sell it at a discount because we don't have the license. That's my thing, because you could go to Walmart, you could go to Target, you could go to Best Buy and get DVDs and you can find it in those budget bins. I think that's what happened. You will no longer be able to access your previously purchased content for Studio Kano, and it will be removed from your video library. Damn! Imagine Sony bust down your door like 5-0 and just steal all your movies that they own. Yeah, we don't have the license. Give it to us. That's crazy. The news first attracted attention thanks to a social media poster by user, not going to pronounce your name, who shared a message sent by the PlayStation Store to user notify them in their purchase content will soon be unavailable. This is why people are afraid of all physical media, but sell the high seas. You gotta get nitros. You gotta get that Grand Blue type of situation. Fuck. Damn, that's a lot of fucking money. That's a lot of fucking money. So again, this is crazy. Yeah, I've been out of the loop because, like I said, I've been busy. But it's crazy due to how they mistreat their customers, you know? And the fact that they're saying, "Oh, wow, it's all about license." I mean, you don't, we got to take this because due to licensing and everything. No, they just want control. Let's keep it 100% real. I'm going to exit out that because I'm done reading that. So, my next spot, and this is my favorite part, I'm going to show you what you could get for the same price or a little bit more than the PlayStation 5 and way cheaper than a PlayStation 6. So we're going to go to PC builds, my favorite. I just did this earlier. We're gonna make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. Ah, boom. There we go. We're under Micro Center, okay? Ooh, I don't think you can see it. Give me one sec. I'm gonna block the chat real quick so you can go and see it. I'm gonna hide it. Here we go. I blocked the chat so you can see this. All right. So I went to Micro Center. I understand there's no Micro Center around the world. Don't worry. I have a PC part picker for you so you can find it online or at different stores, and hopefully they could price match. All right, so we got a bundle, which is a AMD Ryzen 5 5500 gigabyte B550E Wi-Fi 6 AM4 G-Skill Ripsaw V 16 gigabyte DDR4 3200. Here's the thing. I understand the 5500 CPU is old, but you want to know what else is old? The PlayStation CPU. The PlayStation CPU is a 4700. And I did look at the numbers. The 5500 and the 4700 perform on the same level. If not, that 5500 outperform that Ryzen 7 4700, the PlayStation CPU. So you're getting better performance when it comes down to CPU. All right. And you can see the price down. You got the $74, like 75 bucks, went down to 30 with the bundle. You got the motherboard that was like 95 bucks that went down to $78 due to the bundle. And due to RAM crisis, because of AI, don't get me wrong, I use it just to make thumbnails and descriptions. 179 to 141. You can't argue with that. It is what it is. That bundle became $249. Okay, because they went down on the motherboard and the CPU. You can get with that bundle. Then we went with the Ryzen RX 9060 XT. Reason why is current. I could definitely go lower by getting the 7000 series. You got $489.99. As you can see, $994.95. I could definitely cheap out on this, but I went with this because, hey, I like the CPU. It's cool. I'm thinking about building my own mini ITX machine in the future and reusing my 7900 XT in the build. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. I was planning to give my nephew a 9060 XT, take his 5500 XT 8 gigs to try to do the same thing. Inland 1 terabyte. I understand 2 terabytes. A lot of people want to put storage on it. Right now, 1 terabyte RAM prices, storage prices is crazy. I think for my storage, I paid like $150 for 2 terabytes, but that's before all this shit went up in flame. Montech X5 tempered glass ATX mini tower computer case. $50 come with 4 fans. We could have got a bigger case. How about let's go ahead and get a case that is fitting our budget? Oh, where's the cooler? In this box. Then we got the Power Spec FX V2 500 watts ATX non-modular power supply. With all of that, you see 295, 300, 500. It's above 200 watts over what you want to do. Now, when it comes down to build, upgradability is kind of slim because of the power supply. But if you want a PC that will let you have fun with gaming, this right here is $994.95. That's good. If I want to go ahead and change this, let's change it. And if I'm not mistaken, this is 7600. You want to save more money, get the 7600 8 gigs, right? I went down to $784.95 for Micro Center. And guess what? It's way under the last power supply. Boom. I just saved you more money. If you want to add more storage, you can add more storage. This is beautiful for people who want to build PCs. You could do whatever you want. You could build it more expensive if you want. You could go with the bare minimum. You could get used parts and put in new parts. You could do anything you want when it comes down to a PC. The problem is you got these fanboys who's saying you can't do this, that, or the third when it comes down to PC, which I don't think you understand. You could build this yourself. Oh, 784, but I don't know how to build a PC. Micro Center, same day assembly, $249. Plus, you get 2 years, 3 years. So you don't have to worry about it. Oh, something wrong with my CPU. Let me go to Micro Center. I got 2 to 3 year warranty, system protection. Come on now. You could go to Micro Center. You can pick all your parts. You can have them build it for you in 4 hours with Windows. Oh, I don't like Windows. Let me get Linux. Oh, Windows costs too much. Guess what? I downloaded free Windows. You have no excuse of having a PC and saying it's too expensive. And guess what? You get RGB if you want it. If you don't want it, turn off the RGB. Like, I don't understand how these fanboys don't get why PC is more superior than the PlayStation 5. PlayStation just told you we're not making no more physical. Okay, PlayStation, I can make a physical copy on PC. I could go ahead and get an SD card. Dude, I could buy a SD card reader so I could make copies on an SD card like a Nintendo Switch. I could go ahead and get something that could go in there just like a flash drive that can have more storage. Oh, I like my Blu-rays and my CDs. Let me go ahead and buy a CD burner so I could burn my games onto them. Yeah, I gotta have more copies, but guess what? My games is physical. I have options when it comes down to PC. I don't have an option to go to a different storefront when it comes down to PlayStation, unless I hack my PlayStation and make Linux. Oh, you know what? Getting all these parts is too overpowered. I want to go ahead and have a PC, but I don't want to go ahead and spend that much money on trying to build a PC. And okay, that's fine. You know what else we could do? We could go here. What I did, I'm about to make this a little bit bigger. I mean, a little bit smaller. Look at this. Look at this. I could get a pre-build. Not that. Look, a Ryzen 5 5500, RX 760. Guess what? The same build I showed for $800. $800. Same build. This is a smaller case. Comes with 2 RGB fans. Oh, I want to name. Oh, you know what? Here's another one. What argument? This is a guy 5060. For what? $100 more? Oh, here's another one right here with a 5060. It's from Acer. I like name brands. Guess what? Got a tower fan, got 3 fans. Cool. Oh, here's a one white build, 5060. Guess what? Same price as this. I can either go with the power spec or let me go with Acer. Oh, or maybe let me go ahead and get one with right here. Same thing. It just got MSI. So what's your excuse? Where's your excuse? You could get a PC. Oh, but guess what? I don't have a Micro Center, but I do have a Best Buy. $804. Boom. You do get 3050. Hey, guess what? Oh, I'm afraid I might not have a keyboard and mouse. Let me buy those. Keyboard and mouse right there. Micro Center brand, inland. You get keyboard and mouse. Oh, I'm afraid I might not get keyboard and mouse. All these brands have keyboard and mouse. You can buy an old Dell Occupant and put a decent low power. Thank you. Thank you, Golden Apple. Oh, too expensive. I don't know if I'm going to like PC. Get yourself a Dell Optiplex for $69. Get yourself a low power GPU. Let me see how much a low power GPU is. Hold up. We're going to check this out. Let's see how much is a low power GPU real quick. I should have done that. Hold up 1 second. You're right. Low profile GPU. Oops. Here we go. We got one from Best Buy, 317, 219. I would say go with this instead of this one. Yeah, this got more fans, but this one is like $100 less, you know? Yesin 3050, you can get yourself AMD, Intel, or Nvidia. Low-end power GPU. But there's no excuse for you not to get yourself a PC and then you're going to complain. Yes, you're going to need to meet some expectation. You're not getting a PC that's going to be like my PC, which don't get me wrong, it's an overpowered PC for what I do. Okay, way overpowered than what I do. But here's the thing: I got all my parts for fucking cheap. That's the best thing about PC. I can find the parts for cheap. That's crazy. Oh, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to look at a build that I did if you want to look online on Amazon, Best Buy, Newegg, stuff like that. I should have went to Newegg, but I didn't because I'm fucking lazy. But we're going to go ahead and make this big real quick so we could look at the pricing together. All right. Again, I went with a Ryzen 5 5500, 36 gigs, a Hertz 6-core processor. Yes, the PS5 have a equivalent to a Ryzen 7 4700, so it does have 8 core, 12 threads. But here's the thing: when stuff evolved in PC, you could get the same performance, if not better, in a low-end CPU as a Ryzen 5 5500. Even though it got 6 cores in it, it still performed equal, if not better, than a PlayStation 5. Guess what? $81. You're not going to get the deal like Micro Center, but we're going off the store. And guess what? Everything works together for 309 watts. CPU cooler. Reason I didn't add a CPU cooler because guess what? This comes with a CPU cooler. That's free $99. Asus Prime B550M A Wi-Fi Micro ATX motherboard. $89.99. So you can get it with Prime, Amazon. It works with the CPU. Then I got the Silicon Power Gaming 16 gigabyte DDR4 32 gigs of RAM. Guess what? The PlayStation 5 have 16 gigabytes of RAM. PlayStation 5 Pro have about 18 because they use 2 for the operating system. That's weird, but okay. The second most expensive part in this PC is pretty much the Silicon Power 1 terabyte storage. The motherboard run at 4.0 PCIe, so you don't need nothing faster than that because it doesn't take advantage of that. So you got $147.97. Oh, look at this Gigabyte Gaming OC 9068 gigabytes. We were wrong with 8 gigabytes because guess what? PlayStation 5 only got 16 gigabytes of total storage, and it's running off of a APU, meaning I got a PC part that's separate from what an APU does, as well as it's dedicated. I got more RAM. It got 8 gigabyte RAM with 16 gigabytes of storage RAM. The PlayStation 5 Pro have 18 because they use 2. You got the 16 gigs with 8 gigs of VRAM. This should be fine for modern games. $359.99. Actually, this gigabyte be just fine. Fantex Eclipse ATX mid-tower case comes with 3 fans, $50. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and switch this with a big fuller motherboard, you can. You get the gigabyte if you want. It's not that much separate. And this is $46.98. And then the ASRock Pro 650 watt 80 plus gold certification, $50. Guess how much all this costs? $875. $875.89. Now, if we went with a full motherboard, I'm going to go ahead and click out of this. And I'm going to go ahead and choose a motherboard. B550. Right. The Eagle. I like the Eagle. What? $5 more? It works. 880. 880. And guess what? It's not that hard to build a PC. It's not that hard to build a PC. That's what I'm saying. It's not that hard to build a PC. So I'm trying to figure out why you got these fanboys fear mongering all of this. It's hard to build a PC. You need top end specs. You don't. That's the crazy thing about it. You really don't need high end specs to have a PC. That's the crazy part about it. You do not want to, you don't want to admit it, but I think I think you generally afraid of PCs. All right, we're going to go to Twitter. Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Under my account, as you can see right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the chat bubble again. Boom. There we go. Yep. I see the I see the I. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Now we're going to go to some of this stuff. All right. Digital Foundry said, don't kill the disc. Potential agent Sony, PlayStation 5, PlayStation Digital Media plan reach 120,000 signature. Like I said, I do care about physical media. I just care about this type of physical media and this type of physical media. But I'm not going to sit here and say that everybody else that care about this doesn't care about it, because they do care about it. And it's messed up that Sony taking away that physical media. It's the fact that they don't give you multiple stores, the fact that they can't give you an option to download your games onto a physical drive. It's telling me that they don't care about you whatsoever. If you don't use your PlayStation 5 for 3 years, your games are getting fucking deleted. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. It's a closing your account. 21.1, you may close your account by contacting us using the details at section 28. If you not have used your account for at least 36 months, we may take steps to close it. In that case, we will contact you via the email address registered to you. Accounts and give you 6 months to either log into your account or contact us and tell us to keep your account open. So let me get this straight. So if I haven't played my PlayStation 5 or any PlayStation thing, I cannot go ahead. I mean, in 3 to 4 years, if I go back to it, I lose everything. Damn, that's cold. That is cold. That's some cold-blooded shit. Wolverine PlayStation 5. Weaponizing community notes is peak sactism. This is why the second or that is why the second or the third one now. Oh, snaps. Hold on 1 second. Lady Gamer, hold on 1 second. Let me do something real quick. I don't know. Sign in chat. Give me a second. Hold on 1 second. Give me a second. I'm going to go back to this. I don't know why I didn't do it, Lady Gamer. So give me 1 second. I'm about to do this real quick. I'll do this real quick. Hold on 1 second. You gotta forgive me. I thought I did this, but So, Lady Gamer, I want you to look at this at the same time that I'm doing this. But Lady Gamer, I thought I added you, but I didn't. So you are a proud member. You are a proud member of being a moderator in my live stream. I want to say thank you for coming to my streams, being a supporter for what I do. I understand that a lot of people want to go ahead and do it as money thing and everything. Me, I don't do it for the money. For you being here and watching me, even though you play on PlayStation, which I don't really care. I want people to have, have opinions. I want people to like, dislike stuff, what I say and everything. But you've been there for me 100%. And I want to tell you right now that, you know, you've been there for me. And I want to let you know that I will never kick you off or anything like that. You are one of the people that I want to say I like to, see you and chat and stuff and conversate. And I just want to give you my honest thanks for making you a moderator. So I want to say thank you very much for being there for me. And, you're just, you know, oh man, that's awesome for him. And again, I do want to say, you know, my grievance is for your, late husband. And I'm here no matter what. And, if you ever want to talk, just hit me up and I hope I get back to you as soon as possible. But yeah, I just been busy lately and I just want to let you know that you are a moderator in my community. So I want to say thank you very much for what you've done. All right, back to it. Let's go ahead and destroy the PlayStation fanboys. But let's go ahead and do this. Weaponizing community notes is peak sacralism. That is why the second or third one now. The note doesn't even make sense. It's claimed that moving entire digital rise anti-consumer concern. The irony is that consumers themselves are the one who killed the physical market by pure relative preference via habits. Okay. So here's the thing I'm going to say to Wolverine PlayStation 5. You saying that we kill physical media. I don't think is we kill physical media. I think what it is the company kill physical media. Okay? And this is what I mean by the company kill physical media. The company get more money on their platform than selling it in stores. The people who create games, is it's easier for them to put games onto platforms, making it a lot easier for people to buy the games at the house. So it's not we kill physical media, it's the company and the corporation like PlayStation, Xbox, who force people for getting their games on their store. Because think about it. Don't you think you want to get cheaper gas from a different gas station? Don't you think it'd be easier for people to buy just one car? No, it would be easier for them, but for us, is doesn't make it easier. We like to have multiple storefronts so we can have those options. Yes, you can have the option for digital media, but that doesn't mean physical media should die. And now PlayStation just say that we're going to be a monopoly to our own storefront. So if we want to charge $200 for Wolverine, you cannot argue about the price of Wolverine being $200 because we make the prices. We do whatever we want. All right, let's see some of the tweets that they said. So can you tell me the previous digital versus this PlayStation 5 console sales number? Sony didn't dare say that. The ratio of games where pure physical format itself is 20%. The rest is 80% games have digital only. Exactly. So Sony is protagonizing fake propaganda. P.S. The disc PlayStation 5 is around 82%. That's crazy. That's numbers. See, I think what PlayStation fanboys now is they don't care about the numbers. They just care about if it hit their viewpoints. That's all it is. Stop spreading Sony propaganda lines. It wasn't consumers' prediction. Customers still buy tones of physical when games are actually released physical. Where when they're accidentally leaked Insomnia, they was saw the real truth, not the spam. So here's the thing. Let's say Grand Theft Auto 6, right? Is physical and digital that came out at the same time. Do you think people is going to go out and download, pre-order digital only, or they're going to go to the store and try to get that physical? Dang, he's getting drilled. J Gaming, with the unfortunate news of physical media disappearing from PlayStation, it looked like other over the next year and a half, it will be collecting as many physical games for PlayStation 5 that I can. This is a terrible decision. Pathetic. No more collector's edition either. If they don't fix it and the PlayStation 6 launch without a disc drive and purely digital only, I will not buy one. Already been unsubscribed from PlayStation Plus for a while now. Okay, that's good. You unsubscribe. But if you're a PlayStation fanboy, you know what? I'm going to say this right now, okay? I'm going to say this right now. PlayStation gamers, as far as PlayStation fans, the fans that care about PlayStation only, that only play on PlayStation, that want to play on PlayStation, they known to play on PlayStation, all that stuff. I'm going to say this. I feel for you. The fact that you can't buy a physical media sucks, you know? And I'm going to say that. Truly hearted, as I'm with you. Even though I'm on PC, the fact that you can't have physical media sucks, because the fact that I could make physical media, it hurts, you know? The fact that I have the option to make physical media and you don't. You deserve to have the option to make physical media. You deserve to have the option to buy physical media. You have all these options. I'm going to say that towards the PlayStation fans. But for the PlayStation fanboys, you have no say. You have no say whatsoever, PlayStation fanboys. I want you to buy the PlayStation 6. I want you to give all your money to PlayStation. The fact that you keep on arguing all the stuff that us PC players, us true gamers be telling you all this time, you deserve this. Go out there and buy the PlayStation 6. Go ahead and dump all your money into PlayStation, because this is what y'all wanted. This is what y'all wanted, PlayStation fans. Not fans, PlayStation fanboys. This is what you wanted. So for the MBGs, the Reforge, the JTech, J Bari, Broken Games, all you PlayStation fanboys, give your money to PlayStation and Sony. You want to know why? Because for all the stuff we've been telling you about and you want to put it to the side, I do not give two flying fucks. Give all your money to a corporation that don't give two flying fucks about you. Go ahead and spread those cheeks, because Sony give me the spit and friction. I don't give a fuck. You want to go ahead and goggle Sony nuts. And yet we're trying to tell you, but yet you want to go with options that they want to do. So yes, PlayStation fanboys, go ahead, spend all your money to PlayStation. You want to know why? Because you deserve this. This is what y'all been fighting for. Don't you want to give your money to the developers? Don't even know what Sony doing with that money? Huh? Don't developers supposed to get all that money, right? But Sony, you don't know what Sony doing with it? Yeah. So PlayStation fanboys, you deserve all what PlayStation can give you. And you can't talk back on it. I don't care. Yeah, I really don't care about the PlayStation fanboys. If you want to keep on going ahead and do all that, go ahead. Go ahead. I really don't care. So, what I'm going to do is, I forgot to add some people in here. And we're going to look at some videos. All right? We're going to look at some videos. I forgot to type in Dreamcast guy. We're going to look at some Dreamcast guy. I only get in the Wolverine game for the PlayStation Store because I have to. No, that's 100% fine. So if you're a gamer like you are, lady gamer, you're a gamer. You're a strictly gamer. You don't count as a fangirl. You don't deserve to be with the fangirl name because you're just the gamer. And I feel bad that Sony giving you only two options. I mean, only one option later down the line. So I feel bad for you. You're not the fanboy like MBG. And we're gonna get on MBG because I don't trust MBG. I really don't. He could talk all that crap, but after, after what you call it, after fanboying on Christmas, it's hard to believe what Sony done. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Jeez, I'm having trouble. There's two people I want to see because this dude going to be the first one I want to go against. But another person I want to see is who's that one game? Yeah, I want to see what he said because yeah, I want to see what he said. We're gonna look at him kind of last towards him. Okay. So I'm gonna put on my headphones and we're gonna watch Dreamcast Guy first. And the reason why we're gonna watch Dreamcast Guy first is because we all know he's a fanboy. So let's go ahead and watch Dreamcast Guy first. All right. But yeah, Lady Gamer, I don't see you as a PlayStation fangirl. You're just a gamer. And gamers play games. And if that means by digital or physical, as long as you're having fun with a game, that's 100% fine. But if any of these fanboys or fangirls that only suck off Sony because of that, fuck them. All right, let's go ahead and get into the video.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here. Today we're talking about the PlayStation 6 and the massive Sony backlash because it has now been...
Yeah. Backlash due to, y'all want to go ahead and say Xbox is dead. Xbox is dead. They killed physical media, all that stuff. Yeah, Xbox killed physical media because of Game Pass. They still got the disc, though. They didn't say nothing about it. Until Xbox say we're not doing no more disc, then I'm going to be against it. PlayStation said they're not doing no more disc. So technically, Sony is dead.
Been about 24 hours since PlayStation announced the death of physical games. They're not printing any discs whatsoever. No boxes, no cool art, nothing, right? And it sounds like the PlayStation 6 additionally is going to be purely all digital. It is truly the end of physical games. And this has been met with a tremendous amount of nuclear backlash. We're talking the biggest PlayStation YouTubers, Hollywood celebrities, every podcaster, everybody is saying, okay, then I'm done with PlayStation.
What's funny is you is the one that want to argue and say Xbox is dead over and over and over and over again. Xbox is dead. Nobody don't care about physical on Xbox and everything. But yet you fail to, and y'all want to go off of rumors. Oh, we're going to stop making games. We're not stop making games off of PlayStation. All these rumors and leaks y'all go off of. And then as soon as big news came out, PlayStation increased prices. PlayStation killing their physical media. Y'all want to make the big ass news about that. I'm sorry, Dreamcast Guy. I'm sorry, PlayStation fanboys, but I really don't care about your feelings. Y'all want to argue that there's no competition, even though PlayStation see Nintendo, Xbox, PC as competition. You say there's no competition. Guess what, PlayStation fanboys? Nobody care about what you say. I don't care about the rumors that you say. I don't care about any of this to say. Y'all force this stuff because y'all keep on saying it. So why don't you look in the mirror and say this? I push the fact that I spread all these rumors and don't want to look at facts. Trying to print out labels to send someone back, but the printer... Dude, I want to tell you right now, I fucking hate printers. I fucking hate printers. Not the fact that you have to, print out stuff, that's key. The fact that my mom went and tried to get printers and it's fucking Wi-Fi. Why am I connecting a printer that is Wi-Fi where I could buy a cable and connect it to a computer? But no, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi. You don't get no cables. You don't get no cables for connected to your PC. The fuck is a printer that can, what happened? I fucking hate printers. I really do. Just because they want to force you to use Wi-Fi. I fucking hate that. I just keeping it out of the PlayStation physical disc drama. Fair enough. I agree. I agree. I had to talk about this because for years and years, they keep on saying PlayStation, they keep on saying PC is this trash and everything. I'm like, yo, are you serious? I've seen PlayStation fanboys have been putting community notes on the PlayStation tweet. Ooh, send it to me in Discord. I would like to see that. I hate HP. Dude, HP printers are the worst. Like, okay, here's what I'm going to say, okay? And I haven't done a lot of research on this printer, but the reason why I would like this printer is because you could just put the ink inside the liquid ink. If you could get an S-Pen that could have a cable with it, and you could put the ink inside the container, even though they're $200, I would rather have that printer over anything. Because the ink don't cost that much money. They can't tell the difference between certain ink. So even though they give you the liquid ink, so you can see the levels, you could go ahead and buy the on version of it for like $20. That's the reason why I say those printers probably going to be the future of printers. So yes, Dreamcast guy, you want to keep on saying Xbox is bad and everything, but now you want to hop onto this. And then now you want to talk about the layoffs. Nah, this is way worse than layoffs. Because yes, don't get me wrong, I don't want people to have layoffs and everything, but having a diskless version of the PlayStation probably will kill the PlayStation and have more layoffs on that.
PS6 doesn't have a disk drive if there's not discs to buy. This goes beyond just, hey, I want to have a cool game collection and like a shelf full of cool experiences. It's beyond that. Ownership matters. Having a physical disc to put in your console means, especially if the data is on the disc, you have that. It's ready to play. You can let it.
But technically, having the disc doesn't mean you have ownership as well. And the main thing I'm going to say is Concord. You don't have Concord on that disc. You have the disc is literally to let you play Concord because they closed the whole system down. Like it is giving you like even with the disc, even with something like this, if you don't have the full game because Concord and all the games is too big that it can't fit on the disc. The disc only can hold so much storage. That's why I always going to say I like this better. I hate to show you, but I like this better than any disc out there because you can put more storage onto this. You could put a full game on here. I think this got more storage than a disc. This is 128 gigs. Yeah, I think this got more storage than the disc, but at least I can hold it in my hand. But the thing about it is you don't even own the disc either. So what's even the point?
To a friend, you can trade it in, you can give it to your kids. They're removing the ownership of games on purpose. And additionally, now I feel like the big question mark is, what is Sony going to say? What is Sony really going to respond?
They're not going to say nothing because they know that you're going to buy it. And Dreamcast guy, I know you're going to buy it because you went and sold your girlfriend a PlayStation 5 used for $500. Yo, I don't care. I would never sell my girlfriend if I had a girlfriend, which I don't. I will never sell my girlfriend, my family member, anybody, any hardware I'm going to give to them. Like when I upgrade to a 9070 XT, I'm giving my 6950 to my brother. I'm not selling it. There's no point. Why would I sell hardware that I'm pretty much not going to use to a family member? I got my PlayStation 5 last year. Yeah, I remember you did pick PlayStation 5 on Amazon. I remember that.
To this amount of anger and vitriol because a new leak has just come out about 2 hours ago that PlayStation will not backtrack. PlayStation is dead.
Nah, really? When they sold the PlayStation 4 for 120 million console, you got the PlayStation 5, which closing to 100,000, 100 million. Why would they listen to you? Why would they backtrack? Because they know people going to buy it.
Headset, they're actually already planning to disassemble the factories that even make the discs. And this plan has been a long time coming, apparently. But let's break it down. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this is going to be real off the cuff because honestly, it's been interesting to watch the amount of
PlayStation, we are waiting. It should be PlayStation, you own nothing. We know this was going to happen to end physical discs. I agree. I do agree with you. Did he just say PlayStation is dead? He said it, but he didn't want to say it because his whole thing is Xbox is dead. Oh, Omega L. Exactly. No, but yeah, I think it was a long-term waiting because I think what it is I think people is going to be used to a storefront or used to a platform that they're going to be used to. And in people's mind, they're going to be like, why don't I just buy it from this platform? That's basically what it is. But that's why I think what it was. It's like, there's no point in me buying from GameStop if I could just go ahead and get it from the PlayStation Store. There's no point in me buying it from Walmart if I could buy it from the PlayStation Store. And I know you're not from the United States, lady gamer, but Walmart is just like a big ass store that sell almost anything. Like, you'd be surprised, trust me. Like Target, all that stuff, yeah. Plays have limits. I like the you own nothing PlayStation. You own nothing. But yeah, plays have limits.
Massive backlash. I have to admit that I'm almost kind of fascinated to see that a lot of times people direct a lot of hate when Nintendo makes big mistakes or, freaking every single Xbox blunder. But a lot of times,
I like how he laughed because he'd been covering Xbox for the longest time. I feel like he have like some type of anger issues when it comes down to Xbox. And I'm just keeping it 100% real. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm going to keep it real. If anybody know me, I'm a big ass Razer fan. I'm a big ass Razer fan. People will call me a Razer fanboy, right? Like I'm planning to build my streaming PC in that case. Like I need to get myself a water cooler from Razer. I gotta get myself a power supply from Razer. I also have to get me like some stuff. I really want to make a streaming PC where I can have streaming and gaming on one PC. I mean, I can have gaming on one PC and streaming on the other. That's just my goal. But even my two monitors is from Razer. Like I'm a big ass Razer fan, right? People will call me a Razer fanboy. But you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to shield from Razer. I'm not like they had like I think their laptops and all their hardware is fucking expensive for what it is. If you like Razer, go ahead and if you like Razer, I can't argue with that, like me, but I'm gonna say Razer have expensive shit. Um Razer, I had a Razer phone and the USB-C got destroyed. I still love that phone, but it should not be no excuse for the USB type C to be destroyed. Uh the laptops that they have are not right to repair capable, which why I can't fix my own laptop if I fucking buy it. So I do have problem with Razer. I like Razer, but I'm going to call Razer out for what it is. So I'm going to keep 100% real. I'm going to say, like, even with my lights, like I got the Razer Synapse. If anybody want to see it, like I show everybody real quick. Like even I got the Razer Synapse, right? And I can put on my chroma. I got blue. Um, I think they're both. Let me make this. I got blue. I got orange. It'll turn orange. It'll either turn. It'll either turn purple if I want to. Which purple is my favorite color. Green is my second. Orange is my no. Orange is my second. Green is my third. I can even put in Razor Green, as you can see. So I got all that, but I'm not going to sit here and say that Razer is the greatest company in the world. It's just I just own a lot of Razer stuff. I like Razer, but I'm not going to say they're great. I just don't feel like ordering my games online and going to the GameStop where I can get off the PlayStation Store. Yeah, exactly. I know there's people out there that will use the PlayStation Store. And the thing about it, I think a lot of people don't understand where I'm coming from is I want people to have choice. If you want to have the choice to buy off the store, by all means, buy off the store. I want you to buy off the store. If people want to buy the game from the store, then they should have the option to do it. But one thing I'm going to say is games should be cheaper on the store. Games should be cheaper on the store. I am a Thermalright simp. I have their Hype Vision 360. Oh, how is that cooler though? Let me know about that cooler. But yeah, I agree. Thermalright is actually not that bad. It's really not that bad. They do some shit that's pretty interesting though. I'm not gonna lie.
Times this level of hatred doesn't really splash onto PlayStation, even when they are doing their own price increases or their own crappy like game cancellations. It feels like a lot of times people treat Sony in a nicer way, and I think part of it is just the fact that PlayStation is so much bigger and doing better for the most part, but there is stuff like this that is going crazy viral all over the place. People literally say, cancel your PlayStation Plus,
Oh, the cooler
cancel your
really cool?
subscriptions, because at this
Okay, cooler, real cool. Okay, cool. I know the Thermalright air cooler is actually pretty badass. I know it's really badass for the price. It's actually pretty badass. Like for the price to performance, it's actually really good. Oh, I'm about to open this up. I don't want to open it. It's my sealed copy of Metroid.
point, there's no point even forking over money to a service that hates you. Because it's not just like a tiny little trip up by PlayStation, it's a sign about the fact that they don't care.
Here's the thing, Dreamcast guy. It's not the fact that, yes, I think corporations don't like you. The only corporation I think they love you is Costco's and Arizona Iced Tea. If you're from New York, you get yourself a bacon and cheese in Arizona. Like if you're from New York, you get yourself bacon and cheese in Arizona. Like that's already given. Um, but GTA 6 is the only digital plus that don't have arrow that doesn't have arrow a rockstar for this. Interesting. I don't know. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto since. Oh shit. Oh shit. What was it? Oh man, I forgot what the screen cap was. Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that? Oh, it's Windows Shift S. Okay, Windows Shift S. Yeah, where? Uh, did I save it? Where save that? Where save that? Hell no, that's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty funny. Where's my snippet? What the fuck? Microsoft, really? Really? No. No. Golly. You're not working with me? Oh, I see what I'm doing. So I'm going to like the other screen because I run like 3 monitors type of situation. There we go. We're going to save that. Yeah, it's just a regular screenshot. uh, I'm sorry. Okay, I got you. I got you. I catch it. No, but yeah, I'm just not a big Rockstar fan, so it doesn't affect me. But I understand why people want physical. But I don't think they're gonna go physical after that. But I see a lot of people saying that the game Rockstar doesn't matter. Rockstar get hate on Twitter, but when places decide to end physical, I agree. And what I think it is I think you want to know the reason why I think Rockstar didn't get that much hate is because a lot of people will buy Rockstar. Doesn't matter if it's physical or digital, because I know a lot of people at my job, they ask me, am I getting Rockstar? And when I explain it to them, like, no, I'm not getting Rockstar. I'm not a fan of Rockstar games. I think what they're doing is jacked up. And these are just regular gamers. They say, well, I don't care. I don't care if it's physical or digital. I'm still going to download it. They're not, they don't, they don't care due to they're going to download it no matter what. But the people that speak in their voices are people who plays on PlayStation. A lot of people that play Grand Theft Auto doesn't just play on PlayStation, but they play on Xbox as well. But I could guarantee you this: if it comes to PC, we're hacking that shit. How many glaze can we fit? Oh my gosh, how many glizzies? Yo, you want me to keep it real? You want me to keep it real? Dude, I'm fucking hungry for a fucking glizzy right now. I know I'm gonna get clipped for that, but I don't care. I like, yo, I fuck with some hot dogs though. I fuck with some hot dogs. Like, I don't really know. Like yesterday, like 2 days ago, 4th of July, yo, we feast. We feast. Actually, I might do something different with this. So give me a second. Put this right here. I think I might like it right here. And then I'll grab this. What do you guys think about that? Ooh, that's if I have like my blue screen up. So give me a second. What do you guys think about that? I think I like that a little bit better.
About taking
Exactly.
something away from you, making the product permanently, fundamentally worse so that they can make like 9% more profit. They're literally just doing this to screw you over to hopefully make the tiniest bit more money. Now, every game will be $80 forever, or we can sell $100 games. There will never be digital sales. Just keep it full price.
So now you see how this could be a monopolized thing. I could go ahead. Like, here's the thing. I think the reason why Grand Theft Auto didn't sell only on PC, because check this out. Check this out. Grand Theft Auto had to sell on PlayStation stores and Xbox stores, right? Since PlayStation going to be all digital, they're going to have to sell the game for $80, which going to keep it real, people bought the $100. Let's keep it 100% real. So since people bought the $100 version, they're going to go ahead and have to pay 30% to PlayStation or Xbox because they sell it on their store. Or they could just make it PC only and sell it on their own store, get 100% of the profit. Now, for PC players, we're not going to take that with stride. But what I think a lot of people will do that want to play Grand Theft Auto, if it only came on PC, is they will go ahead and build or buy a PC just to play the game. That's my theory though. But they know that PC players is going to do modding. They're going to go ahead and not pay for the shark cards. So the 30% they will lose with PlayStation and Xbox is going to make them more money because they could get away for not putting mods on PlayStation and Xbox and selling shark cards for their own mods. I'm just keeping it 100% real.
Price forever. Because what are you going to do? Buy a secondhand copy, go to eBay? That doesn't exist anymore. I saw this right here. I've never seen a company get ratioed this
You'd be surprised. People was buying the code off for Grand Theft Auto on eBay. So
hard with this much pushback as I'm seeing right now from Sony. It's crazy, but good to see. But it's even crazier to think they simply might not care at all. The thought PlayStation will say nothing and just proceed as planned. A lot of people, even other accounts, Domino's Pizza, saying this makes about as much sense as selling digital pizzas.
Okay, that was funny. Domino's kind of cooked.
Foundry saying this will be my last PlayStation console. A lot of people are straight up saying, look, man, physical matters. Physical is an actual part of the entire gaming industry, an important part. And I want to go more into that, but I want to just keep looking at these reactions. I want to show you this tweet by Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah, obviously, incredibly great comedian, host of The Daily Show for years and years.
That's one thing I'm going to have to say. That's one thing I'm going to say is, like, don't get me wrong. I had the Atari system. My uncle gave me an Atari system, and having those games right there was awesome. But the thing about it is, the Atari, even though it still work, you could. Give me 1 second. Even though it still work, the hardware is going to get to a point where it doesn't work. So that's why you do have devices where you can find online to put the games onto PC, so you could preserve the hardware. I mean, preserve the games over the hardware. And that's where I think a lot of people need to understand where we've been talking about PC. PC is literally the best platform to preserve games, because Sony could take away games. They took away movies. PC is the only way to preserve games, with piracy and burning your old games onto the hardware. If there's no more hardware, okay, piracy.
Years and years. Big Trevor Noah fan, right? But he brings up a great point, right? Someone said, I personally don't care that there aren't going to be physical discs anymore. I haven't bought a hard copy in 10 years. I play the game, enjoy it, and that's it. I never understand the outrage.
Now, with my idea about that is, this is where I think digital kind of fell, because you got places in the world like Thailand, Philippines, Africa, stuff like that, who don't have a lot of internet access. So they can't really go full digital when it comes down to that. What can PlayStation do with that? Don't sell it there. And I'm keeping 100% real. Why sell it there if I don't have to? I get more money at different places. So that's one thing I'm definitely going to say when it comes down to digital is a failure. I don't, that's just basically why I'm just looking up. I'm thinking about the whole entire world instead of thinking about my first world problem.
This almost 60,000 tweets right here. I completely understand where you're coming from, but for a lot of gamers, physical discs aren't the only way you can afford to play games, because you can get them secondhand. You could also give games to your siblings, which is something that it could introduce them to the games you're playing. Most importantly, though, we saw PlayStation this week is that media is not just the discs you buy. Most importantly, though, we saw from PlayStation this past week is the media we buy is only digital. It can be taken away from us at a moment's notice with no recourse. Imagine that. One day your entire library of games could be deleted overnight because technically you don't own it. Now, I want to focus on this.
Yeah, that's the sucky part of PlayStation being all digital, is like they could take it away. But if PlayStation was more like a PC, let's pirate it.
Part here, right? I don't.
Question: how's everybody liking this 4K camera angle? Because this is my first time using 4K. I'm looking at myself a little bit too much. Look at myself like, hold on 1 second. Like, I'm looking at myself a little bit too much looking at 4K. This is crazy. Oh boy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't care about graphics or anything like that. I really don't care. But looking at myself in 4K, oh man, this is crazy. I'm in 4K. It's oh crap, that's actually looking pretty good. Like, I know a lot of people say I got good looking teeth. Like, a lot of people say I got looking teeth. I don't. I don't. I have some cavities and I need to go ahead and get that fixed. But a lot of people say I got good looking teeth, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of self conscious when it comes down to my teeth. Like, I literally look at myself. I was like, not real. I don't know. It's whatever. Let's keep on watching.
Talk about this very often, but where I grew up, very, very low.
Like, I'm keeping it real. I want to keep 100% real with you. I'm looking at my Streamlabs more than this because, damn, I'm listening, but damn, I'm looking good.
Income, a very, very poor kid growing up, right? And something that people did in my neighborhood is that nobody could afford a bunch of games, right? If somebody had a PlayStation or a Super Nintendo and stuff,
Somebody
it
text
was
me.
usually
Hold
like,
on 1 second. I was supposed to fix somebody's computer, so I'm looking real quick. I'm going to see if he text me. Okay, he did text me. Yeah, I was supposed to fix somebody's computer. So apparently somebody liked to stream. Somebody liked to stream and they use Wi-Fi and they're not getting the Wi-Fi connection. So I'm planning to fix this person's computer. I'm just waiting for him to text me on when he could bring that computer by. I do have it on my screen too, just in case. But yeah, he's supposed to bring his computer by. That's why I looked at my phone because I thought he texted me and I didn't see it. So let's continue.
only a couple people in the entire neighborhood had consoles. And what we ended up doing is essentially having like a pool of games we all owned, right? In the fact that somebody over here had Turok on the Game Boy, or somebody over here has like a Metal Gear Solid or whatever, you would actually trade the games amongst each other. I'm lending you this game, I'm lending this game. So if like 20 kids each have 2 games each, then that means all of you collectively have 40 games. And it was the ability.
Are you doing girl math? No. If I'm in the same neighborhood with people who had like this has actually happened. I'm in the same neighborhood with like a whole bunch of people, right? I didn't have like 80 games. I had like probably 7. I had like 7 because guess what? I got to make good grades in order to get fucking games. Surprisingly, I had 7. Just because my neighbor had like 14 doesn't mean I had like about 22. Yeah, 22. Damn. Am I that good with math real quick? Doesn't mean I had 22 games. No, I still have my 7. If my friend want to borrow one, I let him borrow one, but I didn't have 7 fucking games. I mean, they had 22 fucking games. I had only 7. He better bring my fucking game back.
To actually be introduced, like Trevor was saying, that's how I found Final Fantasy, is people literally just lending it to me. That's how I actually learned about Resident Evil. My 2 favorite games of all time were games I did not own growing up. They were ones that were lent to me. I literally never owned those games because in the whole like community, everybody just traded everything. That was an important part of the experience of learning new games, of
Yeah, but the thing about it is, like, yes, physical games matter, but we're so far from what we grew up from. You know, games don't have to be exclusive anymore because the hardware are basically the same compared to Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. When I was, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Biggie Smalls. Compared to Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, where they had completely different hardware, and then the PlayStation and everything, they all had different hardware. So you had exclusive because they wanted to have you come over. But now, since games are basically off of x86 AMD hardware, what's the point of having exclusives? The game community changed from what it was years ago. Yes, digital games was the future, but a lot of people still realize physical game matter right now. you don't have multiple stores on PlayStation. You only have one store. That's the reason why I think PlayStation will fall down because honestly, I think they need a reality check.
Experiencing new worlds, of trying new art. And I can't help but think about the fact that growing up now in a post-physical media world, I wouldn't have had that experience. The experience that
Dude, if there was time machines and you went to the future, you will be fucking shocked. I would be shocked too. But the thing about it is, yeah, you know what? If I could start streaming, start making content a little bit more, I think I want to go ahead and make content where it's like now I'm all about spaceware. I kind of like it.
literally is the reason this YouTube channel exists, right? Look at that. I see so many defenders of Sony trying to stop physical. Like, what are you actually defending? There is a lot of people out there that have
Was that Portal Rock? Oh, Portal Rock. I heard you haven't made content ever since this news been leaked.
of Sony trying to stop physical. Like, what are you actually defending? There is a lot of people out there that have kind of been trying to say, like, this isn't a big deal. Oh, PlayStation is trying to claim, 82% of consoles do have a physical disk drive. But
now, although I think when PlayStation did say that, I think they looked at the number completely wrong. I think they just looked at all digital together compared to all physical together because there's more digital games over physical. But even though the physical sold, I think they looked at like one of my favorite games, right? One of my favorite games. I might go to it right now. Hold up. Let me pull up my Steam real quick. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Give me a second. One of my favorite games that I always go to say, okay, I like this because this is definitely one of my favorite games. Let me pull up Steam. Game launcher. I really need a touchscreen. I'm not gonna lie. I need a touchscreen. Library. Where is it? Here it goes. I did not want to play it. Hold up. I did not want to play it. Stop. Yeah. Okay. So one of my favorite games, Vampire Survivors. I like playing Vampire Survivors, right? This is one of my favorite games I like playing. How many physical copies there are? None. Let's look at another one. Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia. A game that I enjoyed playing with Zombie Fan and playing with other people. Guess how many physical copies there are? None. So when it comes out to physical, I think they look at physical and digital. I think they look at all digital together, which Lady Gamer, please get Phasmophobia so we all could play. I would love to. If you count all digital games, then yes, physical look like it's not selling. But if you're looking at the physical and the digital if you look at games that have got both physical and digital, then that's the difference. Then you could compare both. But you're not. You're comparing all digital and all physical instead of looking at God of War, Spider-Man, stuff like that. You're not looking at those. Holy shit, I need water.
%85% of sales are still digital. I still think it's that the option matters. The option to even have a chance at physical keeps all prices lower. Even just the idea.
Here's the thing. I'm going to keep it real. Even though I do agree with Dreamcast guy right there, options should be better. What I think it is if PlayStation made backwards compatible with all their systems, physical would still be a thing.
You have like, hey, physical discs have to sit on shelves. That takes up store space. That means they have to do markdowns. That means they have to put it on sale or buy two, get one free. There is something fun about video game hunting that I think is important to the
But at the same time, let's look at all the bundle games that these corporations does. God of War bundle with the PlayStation 5. Do we count those sales or do we count the digital game? Because now let's get a little bit deeper. How much sales did God of War did physically, but then you give God of War free with a bundle, do that count as a sale? Or you separate that as free, or you count that as a, now you see what I'm saying? Does it really like what's the outcome of how they measuring physical copies to digital copy? Are they counting all do they count the sale of the bundle where it's physical, digital? Like questions need to be asked. Like, are you counting the sales of games that are not physical? I don't know.
industry
I
beyond like
just don't know.
obviously no more digital sales or like only digital sales means like GameStop goes away. What happens to like tech departments when there isn't physical discs? It's gonna
You want to know tech sale? You want to know about the tech sales? Ooh, let me introduce you to a store that I hold dear to me. Micro Center. Guess what? They don't have to worry about nothing because Micro Center is good. Micro Center good, you know what I'm saying? Like
gonna be weird to even think about the idea of like what do like Walmart gaming location like when you go to the video game section, is it just gonna be like
you know what's funny? I went to my local Walmart and they sell GPUs, motherboard, all that stuff. Like it's called adapting to the situation.
game key cards and controllers and consoles and like a demo kiosk? It's just the idea of like completely removing this forever. And to be clear, everybody is definitely going to follow PlayStation's lead. This feels to be very, very permanently bad for all of gaming, right? The
I don't think like Microsoft already looking at Steam as competition. Nintendo, y'all keep on saying they're doing their own ways, but I can see a whole bunch of PlayStation fanboys going over to Nintendo because they're the only system that sell exclusives. Steam, multiple stores. Like I can see people say, I just go to my Nintendo Switch too and just get a PC just to play. Oh, speaking of, is it all the PlayStation fanboys have high-end PCs? I got a 4090. Y'all should be fine, right?
PlayStation backlash is fierce, like some of the strongest I've ever seen regarding gaming. They will not reverse the decision, but I do expect a statement addressing some things to try and save some face. Oh my god. I keep seeing people say, oh, but PC is already all digital and nobody complains. Well, that's
Sorry, I got on manual focus, but there go my physical. There go another physical.
because when games get delisted or taken offline on PC, in some cases they're never released digitally, but you can still play them through piracy, abandonware sites, or fan hosted servers, or a mix of them, which you definitely can't do on digital only consoles. And while it still sucks, it's not the end all be all of scenarios.
I think if Sony just let you download games onto this, that would have been another option, in my opinion. But you know how Sony is. Oh, you got to have a fast SSD or whatever. No restriction. Yay!
As an example, I guess the Forza series, which is notoriously having its games delisted years on Xbox. If you want to play Forza Horizon 4, the only option is physical. And that's interesting.
I could find it online and I could find a cracked version or just download it piracy. I mean, I would think about getting Midnight Club.
Look at all these games that are just gone. These are legitimately just gone. Black Ops Zombies, look at that. Deadpool famously delisted. Anthem, Minecraft Story Mode. And maybe you think, oh, these aren't the best games, but they're still games. They're somebody's favorite game out there, and they're just being deleted for nothing. And
Yeah, it's still games. I mean, look at the games that I can't find on my phone. I remember Robot Unicorn Attack. Oh, I love that game. Oh my gosh, that was one of my favorite games. it but, you know, I can't find it online because it's a 32-bit game, and I can't play it on a 64-bit phone,
Also, it can't be understated.
which
I
is
do think
weird.
box art is awesome. This is Yoshitaka Amano, the guy who did all the concept art for Final Fantasy. This box art is fantastic. This is art. This is art on top
Everybody, get hydrated, water.
of the art of the game itself. I do think there is an importance to having that, to lending that, to caring about that, and excitement. And even if beyond everything else, I think it matters if, hey, it's still fun to, drive home.
There's a game on Steam that you could just have all your digital game into like physical in the game. It's actually pretty interesting. I might get it.
And have the game in the passenger seat and be excited about it, right? I am a big believer that gaming is not just the game itself. It is the excitement about a trailer. It's talking about with your friends. It is the driving home with it in your car, just waiting to do it. It's not just, hey, digital pre-order, it unlocks at 11 p.m. It is more than that, right? I don't care how much hate I
Speaking of, if you want me to play Pokemon trading card game later, I don't mind playing it because I'm actually getting into it competitively. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nintendo doing their thing. I don't like it, but Pokemon TCG is free. I kind of want to play like multiple decks and see what deck is actually going to be pretty good. Because look, I'm not gonna lie, I do get my games from game stores, so I don't have to give money to Pokemon. But if I do enter a tournament, then I have to give money to them. But I'm not gonna lie, $10,000 for first place actually sound nice.
give for my stance on the importance of physical media. I will never let a company, no matter who they are, have full control over what games I can access to and for how long I can access them. Letting Sony get away with this is not okay. Oh man, that is so crazy, right?
Yeah, I might play some Pokemon. I'm going to play later, of course. I gotta do some challenges, but I might play tomorrow on stream. I don't know on stream. I don't know on stream. I might play. What games should I play? Shit. Man, what game should I play on stream tomorrow? I could play. I might play Freedom Fighters if y'all want to watch me play Freedom Fighters from the beginning. I'll play Freedom Fighters. I might play that. That's one of my favorite games, Freedom Fighters. I might play Freedom Fighters tomorrow.
backlash is fantastic, but I guess we'll see how much it actually sticks. And it really sounds like Sony has no plans of backing off. Sony has been planning the all digital future for some time. A new report claims the company's facility, and I've never seen this country in my life, Thalgao? Thal
Not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to look at that. Oh my gosh, all these spams. Hold on one second. I might have to type that in. Uh, THAIGAU pronunciation. Let's hear it together, everybody. What the heck? THALGAU. I like to learn stuff like this though. All right, we're going to listen together. Oh, it's in Germany. Is it in Germany? Hmm. I don't know how to pronounce it. We're gonna look at it later.
Thalgao has been preparing for this transition for some time. Staff are being retrained to optical micro lens manufacturing. They're taking the factories apart. There is not going to be an ability to even print the discs. There will be no assembly line. This is the death of all physical media. It's starting with
Okay. Look. Just hear me out. I'm going to say this. I'm getting sick and tired of the PlayStation fanboys assuming since PlayStation did it, everybody else is going to do it. Did X like And the thing is, I hate when people try to bring up rumors. Dreamcast guy, did did Microsoft say they're going to do it? If you say they're going to do it, no. Did they post? Did they put up a post saying that they're going to do it? If that's a no, then I'm not going to listen to the rumors that you say. I'm sorry. I need to hear it from Microsoft saying that they're going to kill it. Until they say it, I'll make another video. I'll make another live stream about it. But until Microsoft say it, there's no point of me saying anything. I'm sorry. I'm getting sick and tired of these rumors. And I already done when I heard Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving was coming to the Knicks and went over to the Nets. After that, I was like, no more rumors for me.
PlayStation, but this is the death of all physical media. And there's no two ways to slice it. This is an L. This is a monumental, permanent, irreversible L.
But you supported PlayStation, so they know they're not doing anything wrong. Like, come on now.
And we all have to pay the price. How do you feel about it? Tell me your thoughts in the comments.
You suck anyways. Okay, we're done with that one. We're going to go to the next video. I'm going to exit this. Boop. We're going to check out MBG. So the reason why we're going to check out MBG, because remember, he said Xbox is dead, right? Right here. Like they always say, Xbox is dead. But he go right here, there, and there. So we're going to check out this before we go over to this, because this one's shorter than this. And it getting worse. Like, this is fun. Things are changing now. Yeah, exactly. Things are changing now. And yeah, I agree. But I think a lot of people don't like changes. But at the same time, I can understand why people are getting mad about the physical copies, because they feel like Sony's going to take away their rights. And I completely understand. I think the move that Sony did is a little bit too quick for them. That's just what you call it. That's just my theory, but we're gonna go ahead and watch this first, and then I could do a whole thing, but I'll probably do a whole stream about MBG video, but we're gonna go over this one.
Guys, we need to send a message to Sony PlayStation right now. Literally right now. The window is rapidly closing. We cannot let them get away with this. I know I'm being...
But here's the thing, MBG. You are the one that supported Sony. You're the one that said that argue about console warring on Christmas. You're the one that championed for Sony. You're the one that want to get mad at Xbox for not putting certain games over to PlayStation, and you sat there on live complaining about it. You did all of this. You championed games from PlayStation being not ported over to PC. So I hate to say this, but you done this yourself. I don't care. You also kick off people off your membership, not membership, but off your live. Off your live, like banning them. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. You can't take the heat. And now, since Sony doing something that you disagree, now you want to fight back? Dude, you should have been fighting back since the beginning. You should. It's like this. If you would have been like, you know what? I want people to play PlayStation games on PC. You know what? I know that somebody getting the Xbox is happy, but I went in console war. I should have did console war. If you did like all pro consumer things and not cheer for PlayStation, I think a lot of people would have been like, you know what? You're right. Cool. Let me go ahead and chill for a bit. But you didn't. So that's why I don't believe a single word you say.
A little bit dramatic right now, but the reason for that is because Sony came out today and announced that starting January 2028, which is basically around the time when next gen is launching with the PlayStation 6, they will be ending physical discs. There will be...
And I want you to give every single penny to the corporation that you suck off. I want you to. You want to know why? Because you argue against PC players, Xbox players. But yet, now you're in a situation where you dislike it? No. keep on buying PlayStation like you've been doing. Oh, now your viewpoints change? I don't care, MBG. You can't change my mind. See, here's the thing. Now, I don't usually bring up like religious and stuff like that because I'm an atheist. Okay, fair. People know that. I still have to have a conversation with Frick because that'd be cool. I'm an atheist. One thing I do is I need to see evidence. So the fact that he championed PlayStation, all this stuff, and now you want to go ahead and say, "Oh, I'm not going to support PlayStation anymore," that's not enough. I need to see evidence. I need to see a big change. But you're not going to do it. You want to know why? All the actions that you did is showing, and I don't think I'm going to believe a single word you're going to say until there been drastic moves from your side. So this not going to change my mind of your viewpoints.
Be no more physical PlayStation games produced. Do you understand why I'm saying we need to push back against this right now? Because if we don't, if Sony is able to get away with this,
I didn't see you push back on the price. I see that you didn't push back when I didn't see you push back anything that PlayStation did in the past. So why should I believe a single word you say if you never pushed back in the past? You don't push back. You agree with the corporation. You literally bootlick the corporation. So all this moves, all the stuff you're saying now is his words. I don't see, I can't see any actions. I saw the video from Odo is Alice where you grabbed your PlayStation and you could have destroyed it. I would have been like, oh, that's a step that he could have done. But no, you thought about the price. This is $900. And, and, see, you're not a gamer. You don't game. Like you might game, but you don't game. You don't buy the product and have fun with it. You go ahead and there's people out there who it doesn't affect, which fair, but this affects you. You got people like one of my subscribers, Lady Games 1980. She got a PlayStation because she liked it. Her past fiance liked PlayStation. So she played the game. She play it, she buy games off the store, which is totally fine. But all she does is game. But for you fanboys, y'all want to champion the PlayStation. And you know what the funny thing about it is? Nothing going to change because this is what y'all supported all this time. And I'm glad y'all getting what y'all rep. Y'all reap what y'all been champion for. And I'm happy for it. Because you want to know why? This is what we've been telling you all this time. And yet now you're realizing it. And I'm glad you taking you getting that suffering. You might fool everybody else out there that don't know your whole channel, that don't know you console war on Christmas. Because I saw most of these channels. Are you aware that Sony is also deleting place? Yeah, all right. Yeah, I did it. I did it. I saw it earlier today. And what's up, President Jim Ryan? We need you back. Yeah, I did it at the beginning. So for the people that watch it now, that coming in, I want to say this. I don't agree with PlayStation moving away from physical media. Me, I don't like this media, but I don't mind this type of physical media or something that Nintendo did. When Nintendo moved to this type of physical media, I was happy. But I'm not going to sit here and be mad about this media going away because it still should be an option. Although for the PlayStation fanboys and the fangirls, not fans of the system, but the fanboys, fangirls that make videos talking about PC trash, Xbox trash, all that stuff, let them weep what they've been sold because they deserve it. That's my whole point on it. I don't want physical media to leave, but for the PlayStation fanboys, they gotta be a part of it. I don't care.
it is over. I understand that so many people buy their games digitally now. I understand that if you're somebody who only buys games digitally on PlayStation, you're probably thinking, well, this doesn't affect me. This isn't bad for me. But please understand this. When physical goes away, and I mean truly goes away, that's what you need to understand about this. Sony
What's funny is Xbox didn't say they get away. And I understand people going to say, "Oh, Xbox going to follow and stuff like that." Did they say in their Did they tweet about it? Did they really say about it? No. Then I'm sorry, I just can't go off of rumors. I understand. Yesterday I was in Gara chat. He's like, "There's rumors that what's called Brazil leak information about Metroid having a Metro coming out with a new game." Got me kind of excited, but at the same time, I had to chill myself and say, you know what? It's a rumor. I can't get excited. But the name sounds nice though. But no, MBG, I'm sorry, but you champion for this. You reap what you sow. I don't care.
is letting you know the PlayStation 5 generation is the last generation you will be able to buy physical media for your video games on this platform. We already know Microsoft is doing it. And
again, did Microsoft say it? No. Then why are you running with the rumor? Stop running with rumors. This is the reason why people get upset for you, because you run with rumor like it's gospel. Like, stop doing it, man. Like, you say Xbox going to do it. Well, did they say it on their tweet? No. It would be funny if Microsoft come out and say, we understand people like physical media, so let's keep physical media. That will destroy their whole entire argument. But again, just because Sony did it doesn't mean Microsoft going to do it. Like, look at during the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One era. When Xbox did DRM, you had to check in. PlayStation revert and say, "Oh, we're not doing that."
Nintendo, they're going down the same path. We are at this point where if Sony gets away with this, from that point forward, it's over. Like, physical,
You saying like this is it for physical media? Don't even know what PlayStation or Microsoft. I mean, not PlayStation. What Microsoft and Nintendo going to do? Like, quit thinking PlayStation is the end all be all. It's like, what you call it? It's like when the iPhone came out with a full screen, you realize, I mean, with like a full screen, you realize a couple phone came out with like a full 100% screen. Oh, Apple came out with dual camera. No, LG came out with dual camera. Like, come on now.
you know how today you can still buy physical media for music, for TV, for movies, even, books. Video games, they're removing it, guys. They're cutting that out. They're snuffing that out. They're making it so that you won't be able to have access to this stuff in a physical format.
And the thing about it that actually making me look at this video is because you championed every single move that PlayStation made. And now you're upset with a move that PlayStation made, and now you want to do all this. I'm sorry, MBG, but your words does not mean nothing to me. I'm doing this just for the lows. Until you start showing your actions towards this, all this is just he say, she say. I just don't believe you.
Anymore. Okay? New games beyond January 2028.
And you know what? I want to do what Sig does. I'm going to go ahead, record this whole. I should have hit record, but I want to do all this and make it into video. So if MBG see this, I don't care. He could see this. Just remind that the same group that doesn't say anything about $7. Exactly. They champion all this stuff. You want to champion $7 games. You want to champion removing games from PC. You want to champion Xbox is dead or the Game Pass. You want to champion price hike. You want to do all this. You want to do all this. And yet they remove physical media. Oh, I didn't agree to this, but you gave Sony money. So technically, it feels like you did champion for this. So I don't care what you say, MBG, because you champion all this stuff, and now you're mad about what PlayStation's doing with the game. It's crazy. That's funny, hilarious.
We need to raise hell. We need to let Sony know we're not buying the PlayStation 6.
I'm not gonna lie to you, MBG. You're not a great leader when you're trying to do all this because you're actually a hypocrite right now.
Because of this. We're not going to support the direction you're going in because we know what you're trying to do, removing options, making it so you will never own content. I want you guys to understand that this was just announced literally the day after we.
Hey, you want to know what's funny? Back during the PlayStation 3, they did this. They did this during the PlayStation 3. Let me explain. Let me explain. They did this during the PlayStation 3. Remember, the PlayStation 3 was $600. Okay. And I saw a video. I had to look for it, but it did make some kind of sense. Remember the big hack of the PlayStation 3 era where the game, I mean the system was off for like not 6 months, but like over a month, I believe. Could be about a month, over a month. Not not sure how long was it. So the PlayStation 6 was $600. It was supposed to be more money because of the hardware that was inside of it, but they made it to $600. The games, the system was supposed to be cheaper, but Xbox won that because it was $400. But the hardware was $600. They usually subsidize the hardware so they can sell the games at more expensive price. So I don't think a lot of people understand this, but the the in order to sell the system, they sell games. That's just how it works. It had Linux OS on it, and if you don't know, the Sony operating system is run off of a Linux, based off of a Linux server. I forgot which one. I did some research. I just don't remember the name of it, but it's based off of a Linux server. But you still could access online and stuff based off Linux. So what made that more impressive is for what you could get in the PlayStation 6 was like more closer to a pretty good PC back during that time. So a lot of governments bought PlayStation 6 to run like a server-based programs on the PlayStation 6. And a lot of people that own a PlayStation 6 say, "Oh, I just basically got me a computer right here that could also play games. Like that could also play games a little bit faster than expected." Because gaming on a computer was kind of like iffy back then. Sony started to realize people was buying the system but not our software. So we're gonna do, we're gonna do an update to stop just to make the system into a gaming system. A lot of people didn't like that because guess what? They bought it for not just gaming. So you got people who say, you know what, we're just gonna hack Sony. They've been doing this for a long time. So I'm not surprised about it. So them taking games of a physical copies away is just another, oh, people is not buying games for our system, so let's just take the internet away. That's how they got hacked. But guess what? The difference between what MBG doing and what they did back then, you see the difference? I just don't I just don't trust MBG at all. He's just a Sony fanboy that's mad about what Sony doing.
Heard that Sony's literally deleting 551 movies. So if you bought these movies digitally, you don't actually own them. They're gone.
Yeah, no shit. I bought Archer on Google Play and it went over to YouTube. You think I own Archer? No. I like going back and watch Archer most of the time. If I want to own if I want to own it, I just go ahead, buy Archer, put it on a host server and then sell it back. What's the difference?
Literally, they're gone. You no longer have access to them. They're removed from your library because of a licensing agreement with the company that owns the rights to all these films.
That's the negative of having physical. There's negative and there's positives, okay? I get why people is bad about it, and I feel bad about them. I want them to own their stuff that they buy, digital or physical. I don't care if it's digital or physical. I want them to own it. But for you fanboys, I want you to get wrecked by the corporation you suck up for. That's the only reason why I'm cheap. That's the only reason why I'm enjoying this because I like to see you fanboys go ahead, go out there, want to go ahead and console war on Christmas, want to go out there and trash Xbox, trash PC, I'm enjoying this way too much because I get to see the 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 concern in your face. This is awesome. We've been telling you this all this time, and now seeing it in action, so sweet.
The future you're looking at. That's the future.
Hey, you're the one that championed it. So yeah, this is your future that you voted for.
And I understand that so many people are not going to care about this because, truthfully, there are a lot of people.
The question is why you care. And don't give me the I want to own my physical. No, you champion games being removed from Steam. You champion for console warring on Christmas. You champion price hike. You champion $7 games. You champion all this stuff. And now you're surprised that they take away your physical media? I don't care about you. You deserve this.
People who don't care about the idea of ownership. They're okay with the idea of paying $70, $80, $90, $100 for a game.
Oh, so now you concerned about the price. Now you concerned about the price. Now you concerned that the game's going to be more expensive. I thought you championed all that. Ah, seems like you don't have no secondary store on the PlayStation. This is interesting. This is interesting. For all the stuff that you did in the past, now it's physical media. Now you're looking at it as a at a um at a criticism mindset. Yeah, I'm sorry, but no.
Digitally and, accepting, yeah, I don't own that. I'm just paying to have the license temporarily. And if this company decides they want to strip that for me for whatever reason, you have to sign these EULAs. You have to agree to them every time you want to, partake in the PlayStation ecosystem or any of these ecosystems. One of the things you're agreeing to.
People buy what they love, what they like. Exactly. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, people gonna buy what they like, and that's 100% fine. Like I'm always with people gonna buy whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with people buying physical. I'm okay with people buying digital. There's always gonna be positives and negatives when it comes down to that. And the fact that PlayStation taking away the rights is messed up. But for these fanboys, is a different story. Is a different story for these fanboys. You know, they want to buy what PlayStation give, but yet they can't argue about people just don't like PlayStation games. You know, because if that's the case, then how come PlayStation can't sell 80 million copies like Mario Kart? Oh, but Nintendo do their own thing. I'm sorry, is a Nintendo a console? Yeah. Do Nintendo play games? Yeah. Do Nintendo sell their own software? Yeah. Well, guess what? They're doing what they've been doing, making consoles like PlayStation. So they're not in separate categories. The reason why they put it in separate categories is because Nintendo actually destroyed these fanboys' argument.
Is if they decide they want to take that from you, they're allowed to, and you can do nothing about it.
Well, here's the thing. We've been telling you that don't support these companies, but you went and support the company. So this is all on you.
Because you're giving them permission. You're saying that's okay. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic here, but the blatant disregard, the blatant disrespect that Sony is showing their core fans who have cared deeply about physical games for over 30 years is despicable.
What's funny is we've been telling you about this. We did tell you that Sony don't care about you, but you're like, I still support them. I still support them. And I'm not talking about the people who just game out this game and just have fun. We know they want to have fun, and we don't get mad at them because hey, they bought the system, they're gonna have fun. But no, we're talking about the people who who trash Xbox, who trash Nintendo, who trash PC because they feel like they bought their hardware just because of the name. And then you realize that now they screw you over. So I'm sorry, you voted for this with your wallet. We've been telling you don't vote with your wallet, but you was like, it's not that bad.
I genuinely am shocked to read this because I was like, surely Surely they're going to allow you the privilege.
What's funny is you always go with rumors, but then as soon as PlayStation blogs pop up, and you can see it right here, PlayStation blogs right here. Now you see this. What? You could go off of rumors, but when PlayStation say something, you can't believe it. That's funny coming from you.
Privilege to be able to buy a disc drive separately like they did with the PS5 Pro for the PS6. Surely
That should have been a warning sign anyways. Why are you selling me a disc drive where it could have came in? Why the PlayStation 5 Pro don't have a disc drive and I should get one? That should have been a warning. And another warning, and I think Gamester said it, it's already the disc already DRM because I gotta connect to the PlayStation server to connect my disc. Why? I could connect a disc to my PC and it works just fine. So that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand. So if you're gonna go ahead, like if you're gonna go ahead and try to call out like that, we've been calling out for the longest, and yet you don't want to argue with it.
big, at the very least, AAA games, most AAA games.
Not to mention, if you stand your PlayStation 5 up, this is the reason why I say they should have went with thermal paste over liquid metal. If you stand your PlayStation 5 up like this, and please, Lady Games 1980, please lay your PlayStation flat because you stand it up. What it is the liquid metal is going to fall due to gravity because it's liquid metal. It's still a liquid. If they had a paste, that would have been fine. So please lay it sideways because that liquid metal could destroy the PlayStation.
Will continue to get physical releases, right? Surely there will be, even if Sony doesn't want to do it and most publishers don't want to do it, there will be the opportunity for the middleman to come in, these other companies and say, hey, we'll do it. But they're removing that by doing this.
Yeah, it's like we've been saying that all along. PlayStation want to control the industry.
This is what we need to understand. They're killing it. They're literally killing it.
Yeah, sounds like Xbox didn't say anything about it.
And if we just let it happen, that's it. Years and years will go by, decades will go by.
I mean, you can't even play the PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3 games without getting a subscription. They already been killing it since the beginning. It's funny because you got Xbox who actually did backwards compatibility, but PlayStation can't do it with the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, and the original PlayStation. But Xbox could. They already killed it because you can't even download a CD player on the PlayStation platform, but you could do it with Xbox. So if you really want to know who really killed it, they've been killing it since the beginning. They've been killing it. But you don't want to talk about that because guess what? You didn't have CDs at that time. PlayStation isn't going to charge their minds, but MBG have to deal with it. Exactly. I want him to deal with it because he's been champion PlayStation. Let him deal with it. He should be fine with not having not having physical games. Because what PlayStation does is what PlayStation seem is right. Yeah, so he deserved to be he deserved to deal with what PlayStation say. So I'm not mad. I just don't believe MBG because he got to show me actions to his thing.
And we'll look back and it's going to be like, yeah, remember when there was a thing called physical games between the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 5? Remember that? Man, that sucks. Haven't had that for a long time and it's never coming back. I can't believe it, man.
Well, here's the thing, okay? And again, I'm always going to say I'm mad about the gamers, not the fanboys, the gamers losing the physical option to physical media. But in the future, it's going to be all digital. Hate to say it, but it's going to be all digital. I mean, we've been talking about this since TVs was a thing. Like, there was this one lady, right? African American lady. I think she was from the Bronx. She already saw this coming. So she started recording everything. And now I think it's in the museum because guess what? Those shows are not on air anymore. So she was right in that situation. If I look for it, I'll probably put up a post about it. But I had to look for it. Also, Michael Jackson talking about Sony being scummy anyways. So if we already knew Sony was scummy, why are you surprised?
Like I know there's always been this idea that, oh, gaming's gonna go digital only, and I've always tried to tell people you don't want that. Digital only?
Well, here's the difference when it comes down to PC digital and PlayStation digital. And there's a difference. Number one, we could make physical copies with physical media. We could pirate. We could go to different stores so it could be competitive with other people. That's the thing that PlayStation, I don't think, is going to give you that option. So it's not as far as physical, digital bad. It's the fact of how are you supposed to contain that physical media.
Having the option, even that being the dominant preferred option, fine, but only a digital only future? Do you understand what that means?
That's why we got piracy. Me and Night Rose about to sell the Seven Seas. Night Rose with her Grand Blue crew. Yeah.
Do you actually understand what that means?
Then pirate it. Pirate it so you can keep the games. Break the DRM so you can have the games. There's other options, but PlayStation doesn't give it to you because they want to control it.
Again, I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. You can buy physical CDs, vinyl. You can buy your music physically and own it if you want to. Same with movies, same with TV shows. In the future, if Sony is allowed to go through with this, you already know Microsoft's there, Nintendo's going to follow.
But then Microsoft say they're getting rid of digital. I mean, not getting rid of physical. See, this is why I freaking hate these fanboys. You keep on saying Microsoft is already there. You could still buy the games and put it in the disc. They didn't say nothing about getting rid of physical. So you keep on saying Microsoft already there, Microsoft already there, Microsoft already there. I'm sorry, they try to make digital convenient, but you can still buy physical copies of the games. They didn't say nothing about Microsoft getting rid of physical copies. Only PlayStation said it. This is the reason why I hate rumors from these PlayStation fanboys, because they say, well, since PlayStation do it, Microsoft do it. Did Microsoft say anything about it? Did they tweet about it? Did they do anything about it? No? Then how about this? Why don't you stop with the rumors? Why don't you stop saying since PlayStation do it, any other company going to do it, and then stop going off of rumors? This is the reason why people dislike you, MBG, because you're going off of rumors, and since you're a PlayStation channel, people is going off of what you're saying as gospel, but yet you're just going off of rumors. You don't show tweets while you're doing recordings, and it's infuriating because you don't want people to see evidence of what you're talking about. Let's keep it 100% real with you.
You won't have that. That no one will. Literally no one. It's being stripped from you. We cannot let Sony just force this through, man.
But you give Sony their money. You gave Sony money so they could do whatever they want. We've been trying to tell you to talk with your wallet, but you didn't. And now you want to say talk with your wallet? No, pay with your wallet, because this is all you've been doing, MBG. I'm sorry. I just don't believe a single word you're saying. I'm doing it because you need to realize, as us criticizing you, that this is what you've been doing. Now you got to see from our side what we've been saying. This is not news to us. The reason why we're making it because of content.
This is the worst decision I've ever seen them make, and I've been witness.
Worst decision. Not give you backwards compatible. Not making the cross and the circle button as cross as confirm. Making cross and circle. And yes, it's not X. It's cross. This is Japan. This is Japanese control. This is a Japanese company. It's not an X. It's a cross. The fact that they moved the cross as confirm and the circle as deny in Japan, cross mean deny. Cross is bad luck. So circle was confirmed. They swapped that in Japan. So that wasn't one of the biggest mistake they did? Not raising the PlayStation 5 Pro to $700, not raising the consoles up to $50 more, and then later about another $150 more. The fact that the PlayStation 5 disc list was 400 and now it's like 600, that's a $200 increase. The PlayStation 5 disc version went from 500 to 650. And then the PlayStation 5 Pro went from $700 to $900 without the disc drive, without the stand, then making games $70, raising prices of PlayStation Now thing. So, and yet the disc drive is one of the worst mistakes that they do. The fact that there's a rumor, I don't like to go off of rumors. There's a rumor that the original PlayStation was destroying disc, so you had to buy the same game over again. That wasn't the mistake. The mistake that they did, not making the PlayStation 3 $600. That was the biggest mistake. Not the fact that they got hacked and not telling you, that wasn't the biggest mistake. But yet, this is the biggest mistake that they did. Dude, this is the reason why we know you're a fanboy. Because the fact that you saying this, all those mistakes, but yet the disc drive is the one that made you saying that. I'm going to chill because that actually made me mad. I was about to yell. I don't think the petition is going to work. Exactly. It's not. It's not, because people are still going to buy the PlayStation because that's all they know.
Them make some questionable and just straight up dumb decisions. This is by far and away the most egregious. This is the biggest slap to the face to the PlayStation community that I've ever.
$900 for a PlayStation 5 Pro. Paying for online. Paying $70 for games. The fact you have to buy a disc drive for the, and you got the PlayStation 5 Pro. You went and bought the disc drive. Didn't come with the system. Didn't come with the PlayStation 5. Didn't come with the PlayStation 5 Pro. All the stuff we've been talking about. Putting games on the PC a year later, where they could have made more money by releasing the day and date. And yet, removing physical copy is the straw that broke the camel back. I'm done with this video, but I want to finish it.
Seen, and even if you are a digital buyer, you better believe Sony is slapping you right now. They are
Oh yeah. $900 for a PlayStation 5 Pro. Fucking $600 for a PlayStation 5 disc-less version. Right.
Slapping you. Don't fall in line with this, man.
You did.
Telling you, you're gonna regret it. It's gonna be bad for everyone. Everyone. Don't fall in line and just let Sony say, hey, you know what? We're taking this option from you because we can. There's nothing you or anybody else can do about it. This is.
Dude, they've been doing this for years, and yet people still buying it. Especially you. You left Microsoft for this, and yet every move they did until now, you support it. So don't get at me with this, oh, I draw the line when it comes out to physical media. No, this is not the worst thing they did. Raising the price to $900 for a Pro is worse. Hardware is supposed to drop in price, but yet they raise. You don't care about the consumer. You only care about you and the corporation.
Sony letting you know just how arrogant they are. Just how above everyone and everything else they are. And don't get me wrong, they've done this in other areas, but this is, again, by far the most egregious.
Dude, I will rather have no disc than paying $900 for hardware that is 6 years old. I hate to say it. Yeah, physical media, blah, 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 ownership. Dude, imagine me paying $200 for my 6090 right now. Fuck that.
You let Sony go through with this, it's over. So what I'm going to say right now is, as it stands, I don't think I'm buying the PlayStation 6. Sony, you can
6950.
shove
I'm
it.
sorry, 6950. I'm AMD. 6950.
Your digital handheld, I'm good, bro. Like, you can't even respect your fans enough to say, you know what? We know that there's a percentage of people, it may not be a massive percentage, may not be a massive percentage, but there's an enthusiast group that have spent their, decades supporting what we do, supporting physical media. I mean, like,
If that's the case, then how come you can't play your PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 games on your PlayStation 5? If they really care about you, you could play your PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3 games on the PlayStation 5, but they not let you. You No, we about to come big on this one. MBG, you gonna listen to the fuck I'm gonna say. I don't give a fuck. So let me get this straight. You say that you've been collecting all the games so you could play and they should give you an option. What about the PlayStation? The PlayStation 1, like y'all say, but even though it's called PlayStation, I like to call it PlayStation 1. I'm going to call it PlayStation. PlayStation, all the games that people collected throughout the years. But yet on the PlayStation 2, you could play those games. On the PlayStation 3 Big Box Edition, you could play all those games plus PlayStation 3. It stopped when the PlayStation 3 Slim came out. So you can't play your PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1. PlayStation 4. Oh, forget your PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, and your PlayStation game. Yeah, we're not going to forget about that. Oh, PlayStation 4. Since we didn't make that many games, let's make PlayStation 5. Since we didn't make those games, let's go ahead and make PlayStation 4 backwards compatible. What about your PlayStation 3 games? What about your PlayStation 2 games? What about your original PlayStation game? Oh, you could pay a subscription so you could go ahead and play those games. Oh, and download it. Oh, what about PlayStation 3? Oh, you can stream it. If you sit here and saying that somebody been collecting throughout the whole years and they can't play it because of the disk drive, what about the people that own the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation and the PlayStation? What about their collection? What about their collection? But no, you talking about your collection. You don't care about the consumer. You don't care about anything. You only care about yourself, and you only care about the the corporation. And now since the corporation messed you up, you have to backtrack. Get out of here, MBG. I don't want to hear that shit, dude. You want to go ahead and talk about backlogs and your collection, but yet you got people who hardware is getting old where it can't play anymore. They can play on the PlayStation, and that's the reason why I say PC is probably your better option, because if you got those physical media, you download the emulator, you go ahead and download your game by putting in the disc and ripping it. There you go. The game that you couldn't play on the PlayStation 5, you could play on the PC due to an emulator. So I'm sorry, MBG, you're still a pony. I don't think the oh yeah, I read that one. I have I have to see all my PlayStation 4 games through the PlayStation. Yeah, and that's what PlayStation did. They made all their games from the PlayStation 4 work on the PlayStation 5. That's all in my library. Yeah, and I get it. If you've been playing on the PlayStation 4, that's your own library. The whole point I'm going with is MBG just talk about collection, but yet he failed to realize the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, of a PlayStation, they have collection too, but they can't play it on the PlayStation 5 unless they pay the higher tier so they could go ahead and download it and stream it. That's just not fair if you want to talk about disc-based games. You know, I'm just calling his him being a hypocrite.
Backwards compatibility, now there's questions to that. This is ridiculous.
dude, there was already questions. The fact that you can't play PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation games on the PlayStation 5, and you have the disc is already. Oh, and speaking of, you can't play your CDs on the PlayStation 5. I'm sorry, the hardware is AMD. AMD make PC hardware. Ah,
This is ridiculous. They say here on their blog, we'll continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation and how players can access games and provide choices as to where players prefer to purchase new games. Whether that's a
dude. This is you believing in a corporation. Now you look at it through a PC view mind. I'm at iSet.
retailers or PlayStation Store. What? You're literally telling us you're removing one of the biggest options from PlayStation starting January 2028, but you're going to end your blog post with that?
I'm on the PlayStation Plus, the lower tier, and only pay for 3 months. That's all. No, by all means, and that's one thing I want PlayStation to do is to get rid of online subscription. Like, I can understand if it's like a Game Pass where you could, if you could pay like $15 a month to play their library, I get that. But online should be free for everybody on Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation. It should be free, just like PC. Not free to play games where like over not free to play games like Overwatch, uh Marvel Rivals, Fortnite, and all the stuff that you get for free. Not that. Games like NBA 2K where you got to pay a subscription. Um Modern Warfare where you got to pay a subscription. Those should be free for people like you, like me, like Jimmy over there. Those should be free.
Sony, you can take this and you can shove it up your ass. This is bullshit.
That's what you get when Sony gave you that spit and friction, and now you don't want that spit and friction. I mean, they do give you sugar curl. You're not sweet pea where sweet pea trying to escape. Nah, you're sugar curl and Sony Big Terry.
This is absolute bullshit. So I think I'm done, dude. Like if this really is how Sony's gonna
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. You're done. You're done. You're not done when they raise prices to $70 for games. You're not done when they raise prices to Sony. To Sony PlayStation altogether. That was $900. You wasn't done when Sony said you can't play your PlayStation 2, 3, and original on your PlayStation 5. You wasn't done when that happened. You wasn't done when they moved the cross and circle button in Japan and swap it around. You wasn't done during that. But removing the disk drive. Oh yeah, I'm finished. Yeah, shut the fuck up, MVG. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I went off like that. MBG just pissed me off a little bit because he don't understand how we sat there, we watch him over and over and over and over and over again, saying this stuff, chilling for PlayStation, and he's just it's crazy. It's stupid in my opinion. Like we know he's gonna buy the PlayStation 6. I'm sorry, MBG, if you're gonna sit here and and not buy the PlayStation or not support, I need to see evidence. All right. Now that's it for MBG. We're going to go to X Vault. This is a 27-minute video. We're not going to watch the whole 27 minutes. We're just going to go straight to just a little bit of what he's saying. Light look a lot better. I think he was listening to Oh No It's Alex a little bit too much. Another thing I want to say is he should move his microphone a little bit further. Like with my microphone, I'm like I think 6 inches away. Might be 10, not gonna lie. But I raised my gain and I just fixed my noise, so we're good. So let's watch X Vote. We skip the beginning part of it because it's crazy, but let's watch.
X-Vault here, and today we have to go over the latest news. If you've been living under a rock, what happened is PlayStation came out and announced that it is no.
Okay, let's go ahead and block that. I don't know who that is. There you go. I know I'm probably a follower, but I don't know. Okay. I get harassed by MBG by someone trying to ask me out when I'm not interested in any relationship at all. And MBG did not. Okay, so the thing about that is, and I really hate is I'm going to make myself big because this is kind of crazy. And you do not deserve to go through that. Okay, you don't deserve to go through that. That's crazy because they can't get game and you say, nah, I'm good. Yeah, you don't deserve to get that harassment at all. You know, you're not looking for nobody. That's 100% fine. And I know you're not going after nobody on YouTube as well. The fact that why am I messing with this? I'm about to break it. I'm trying to keep that sealed. Um, it's the fact that these guys who trying to talk to women online is insane. It's insane, and you don't deserve to go through that um through that harassment, if that makes sense. And like when you're here with me, you get to chill. You're just another gamer, another person that we could have conversation with and talk about problems. You're not interested in a relationship, and that's 100% fine. You know, I'm not out here trying to talk to any of my subscribers. You know, you don't deserve that harassment. And guess what? You're here, you're with me, we're having fun, and you don't get that harassment. And plus, you're a mod. You get to ban that person if they harassing you. You know, and I'm happy that you're here watching me, and trust me, you're here. So that person, the fact that you got banned from his from his uh from his channel is fucked up. You don't deserve that harassment at all. You know, and I'm here for you if you want to talk about it. So yeah.
No longer going to be manufacturing physical disc-based games, meaning especially.
I see that controller, that Spider-Man controller over there next to your Ghost Rider thing. Oh, and you got a PlayStation controller on top of your Ghost Rider box. Yeah. Hate to say this, dude, but you're a fanboy. You should be agreeing with these choices that PlayStation does. So I want to hear your story.
First party and so on. This will indeed happen for the foreseeable future starting.
And you have no choice but to follow what they say. I want to know what you're going to say so I could go ahead and say, aren't you a PlayStation fanboy?
In January of 2028. So there's a lot of things to break down. I'm going to come at this with facts. I needed some time to.
Facts. Facts from a PlayStation zealot.
To think this through, to gauge the community, to gauge the online presence, the personal presence between family, friends.
Also, I think a lot of guys trying to talk to you that are gamers because you're a gamer too, which is disgusting, in my opinion. Let's say if I talk to a girl that is a gamer, I'm not going to be like Googling over a girl that's a gamer. No, I want to know that person's personality, despite on if they game or not. If the person coming after you who is a gamer and they only care about that and everything, and you telling them that you're not interested in any relationship, that's kind of fucked up, and they do not need to be in the chat, at all. Like I said, you're a moderator. If somebody trying to come after you, try to talk to you, just go ahead and ban them. You got that power. You got that power. Even though I want people to have freedom of speech, open mind, everything. The only thing I will say is, hey, this is a gaming channel. This is a discussion of talking about gaming stuff, PC stuff. But if they trying to go over to the relationship, trying to talk to you just because of relationship, yeah, you could just say, hey, that's not about it. Give them a warning. If not, peace. I had to do that in my Discord. Somebody was trying to I had young people in my Discord, and I was like, nah, you need to get out here, B. I'm not gonna ban you, but don't be shocked if my moderators ban you.
Other gamers, co-workers, all sorts of stuff. I really kind of wanted to go out there and just get a feel for anything. Not really journalism, right? I'm not a journalist, but I wanted to get a feel.
But you act like a journalist. Let's keep it 100% real. Damn, I look good.
I wanted to have my own thoughts and opinions as well. So this is why it took me a couple of days. Plus, I wanted to see if Sony actually did anything about this at this time, but we'll go over that as well. So without
Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Let's go ahead and make myself big. Well, I'm not gonna make myself big. Look at his mic. It's so dusty. I hate to say this, okay? Here's the thing about me. Okay, I'll make myself big. I try to keep myself in my area as dust free as possible. I know it's kind of hard to do that, especially when you have a PC like mine. Like, definitely when you have a PC like mine. Because I have a PC. Let me see if I can make myself uh I don't know if I could connect my Pixel to it because I have a thing for a Pixel. But I try to keep my desk as dust free as possible. I clean my PC like I used to do it like once a week. Now I do it like once a month. Dust everywhere is ridiculous, and I try to clean up as much as possible. Like I try to dust my microphone, stuff like that. I try to do all that, and I just hate dust. I like to keep stuff clean, try to keep as dust free as possible, and I have black stuff, so I have to do that. Him not dusting his microphone, ew. Like, look at that. It's so dusty. And at 3.84K subscriber, I know you're getting monetized. You could at least get yourself something clean. Like, here's the spray bottle that I use. All it is Fabuloso and water. Is this Fabuloso and water? And if I need to clean something, I clean it. And then I have like screen cleaner too, so I can like clean my screen, clean my monitor. I got a special thing for my camera, so I don't have to use anything harsh on my lens. But for like the whole entire camera, I clean it. I just can't deal with dusty setups. And when I break down my PC to clean it, I break down my whole entire desk and clean it as well. That's just me though.
without further ado, let's go ahead and jump to it. All right, so like I said, what we're going to do is go into this with as much factual data as possible.
Is he using that music where it sound depressing with the piano? That's weird.
Trying to remove the emotion behind it, so to speak. I do need to say,
What emotion? You're a protector of Sony.
a few things before we get to the more statistical side of things here, but I do not condone or do not like the fact that physical media is still apparently going away for PlayStation, coming again in January of 2028.
Congratulations, but you're a PlayStation shield. I want to hear you shield for this shit.
This is just going to be a very matter-of-factual video here, guys, and I will give my thoughts and opinions on this as well, but I will tell you right now, I am indeed a mainly digital gamer.
Because you couldn't afford the disc drive? That's telling me that Sony should have dropped the price of the PlayStation. And I think it's a smart idea for PlayStation because they made this move. They made this move that benefit for them because they knew that the disc drive was going to be scalped. They could have made the disc drive, made the PlayStation 5 cheaper so people could have got the disc drive, or better yet, just add the disc drive and have no digital. The reason why PlayStation made it digital because Xbox made a digital Xbox Series S. But the difference between the S and the X, the S is cheaper and is a lot weaker. But PlayStation didn't want to do that, so they made the PlayStation. I think they just took away the disc drive and just say, "Hey, the PlayStation 5 disc drive is what you call it? And then I guess they saw that everybody bought the diskless drive, and they say, "Fuck it."
But that doesn't mean that I don't want choice. I always want a choice. I noticed something was up these past few years. Kind of starting with God of War Ragnarok and how you buy the collector's edition and it's you get all these goodies, right? But then the game is digital.
I mean, yeah, that's fucked up, but you still got the goodies. Hate to say it, it's fucked up, but you got the goodies. Here's the thing. For regular consumers, that sucks. For you, why are you complaining?
Same thing with Spider-Man 2. Same thing
Again, why are you complaining? You're a PlayStation fanboy.
with so many other games as well that have been coming out. And it was just odd. I always felt like something wasn't right. Wolverine, there's a digital deluxe version,
But you're a fanboy. Why are you arguing about it?
but you're not getting any of the collector's edition. There's no Wolverine on his motorcycle or attacking a Sentinel or his fight with the apparently Omega Red or anything like that. There's just all these things that are extremely odd that wasn't.
You're the fanboy. You champion for PlayStation. So why are you mad about this situation? All you care about is third-person action adventure with stealth elements. We've been saying that Sony been screwing you over. Not only that, not giving more options when it comes down to games, because even though the story mode is different and different characters, you still have third-person action adventure game with stealth elements. It's still the same play. It's like me playing cards. Oh, Digimon is different. Digimon trading card game is different than Pokemon trading card game. Based on the core function, yes. But guess what? It's still a trading card game. Nevertheless, you know, it's still going to have the same core as trading card games. I can't say anything bad about it, even though the mechanics is more different than you have than with Wolverine to Spider-Man to Last of Us, stuff like that. It's still a trading card game. Like your games are third-person action adventure games with stealth elements. Same thing with sports games. You know, it's still a sports game. You know, 2K compared to Live is still the same core function. It's still a sports game. Call of Duty against Metal Armor, even though one of them is third person, the other one is a first person. It's still based off of first person shooting game. Like it's still the same thing. Same thing with Paladins, rest in peace, and what you call it, and Overwatch. They still got the same function, but they're both hero shooters, so they're the same exact game. And I can see why people don't like to play Sony games because they play the same. And to be honest, Wolverine is a third-person action-adventure game with stealth elements. I played Spider-Man before. There's no point of me playing Wolverine.
Really ticking all the boxes, and I knew in the back of my mind, I'm like, this is building up to something I'm not going to like, that the community is not going to like, and all that sort of thing as well.
So the fact that you can't play your PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 games you collected all those years wasn't the killer front. Maybe not having a disc drive in the PlayStation 5 Pro wasn't the word of killing point. Maybe the fact that the disc drive, you got to pay $80 extra on top of your PlayStation 5 Pro. So all of that wasn't the hitting point. But you not getting a disc for Sony, for the Sony PlayStation 6, and them saying the killing, like, there's so much told me that PlayStation is going digital that y'all are so blinded by PlayStation.
So no, I do want to come out stating I do not support them losing physical media. I don't like it. I think it's bull crap. I wish they would reverse course.
But
I'm going to go over some data as to why they probably will not reverse course and some meaning behind that.
Okay, let's go over the data. And I got a feeling that you're going to fail at it.
And I do want to preface this before we continue on as well, that I 100% back anybody up for their decisions, how they feel about this. If you feel like this doesn't bother you, that's fine.
So the fact that people that cancel their Xbox subscription, you champion for that. Any move that make Xbox fall down, you champion for it. Any decision that PC fell down, you champion for it. But when PlayStation did this, you want to go ahead and put out the sad piano music, and you want to say, "Oh, well, I got some." Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
if this bothers you to the highest degree, understandable, and that's fine. If you choose to leave the PlayStation ecosystem because of this, that is fine. Do what.
well, I left. Well, when I first had the PlayStation, the original one, without the thumbsticks, right? The disc drive didn't break. I mean, the disc drive, like the laser of the disc, did not read the PlayStation disc. So my dad, he was like, "Yeah, that's unacceptable." We took back the PlayStation, got the money back, and we waited for the Nintendo 64. Now you know the reason why I hate disc games. So many moving parts, I hate it. So that experience tell me that I cannot trust PlayStation. And look how far it is. I still can't trust PlayStation. Doesn't mean I'm mad at people who trust PlayStation or buy PlayStation. They're good. To me, I just not going to buy PlayStation due to the fact of my bad experience with PlayStation. Oh, it's been years, Karan. Yeah, I mean, have you go to a place that got you food poisoning and you never went back in years?
Suits you, what makes you best, whether that's PC, whether it's Xbox, whether it's Nintendo, whether it's staying back and playing retro. Any decision you decide to make, I'm stating this right now, any decision you decide to make is your decision alone. And you need to make that for yourself and what makes the most sense for you. I do think.
Yeah, Xbox messed up, I left. Nintendo messed up, I left. I'm on PC. And I haven't looked back. Now, Steam is fucking up with the prices of the Steam machine and the Steam Deck. And I will not buy a piece of hardware from Steam. Yeah. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Steam fucked up. Oh, you expect a butt? I don't care about these corporations. I just buy what I want and just leave. I don't give a fuck about these corporations. I get what I need and I'll head out.
Think you should not back down. Let your voices be heard respectfully, or, not overly aggressive. You can say F you to whoever, right? You can say your piece, but just don't cross that line. It's very important to speak your piece.
Nah, cross the line, pirate everything. Go ahead and download emulator on your PC. Pirate them. Show them what you really made of. Yeah, pirate it. I don't care. These corporations need to understand.
To state what you want and do not want. These are corporations at the end of the day, so what matters the most is.
Yeah, it sounds like we've been telling you that all this time, but yet you still shield for these corporations. You're just a bunch of mouth talking simps.
You yourself as a consumer, and what makes it the best option for you. So we do have options and choices out there. So whatever I end up deciding to do should not hold any weight to you as an individual.
Let me guess, you're going to buy the PlayStation 6 because you only get digital only and you support PlayStation. So yeah, so now we're going to call you a bootlegger.
To what you should do, and I'm not telling you.
Because I don't think you're going to leave all the games you have that is digitally owned. And I think that's what's going to hurt a lot of people, because a lot of people put so much money on digital, on their digital only. They collected so many quote unquote free games, even though you have to pay for a subscription. And if you don't pay for that subscription, you don't get the free game. So all the free games that they've been collecting through the whole years, even though you got to pay for a subscription, so it's not technically free, they're going to lose all of that. So honestly, telling you the truth, I don't think a lot of people are going to leave due to how much stuff they have for PlayStation, because that's a lot of stuff they're losing.
You to lean one way or the other,
especially for physical game, because they're getting rid of physical. But there's a difference when it comes on physical. You could get yourself a PC, get yourself a CD ripper, find yourself an emulator that's on PC, rip your game so it could be saved onto your PC, even buy a separate SD card, put the games onto those SD cards, And guess what? You got your library without the sacrifice of buying a PlayStation 5, 4, 3, 2, and original.
You do what makes best sense for you. Now, that being said, I had to get that all out there, okay? So now...
Because you got a but. Like, with me, I was like, don't buy the Steam machine. There's no buts. Don't buy the Steam machine. Don't buy a PlayStation. There's no buts. Don't buy a Nintendo. No buts. Don't buy an Xbox. No but. Don't buy a Steam Deck. There's no buts. You know, they charging you overpriced for hardware that's old. So why should I go ahead and say, but you get this, but you get that? No, the price is is too much where you don't need to buy it.
Now, let me show this here. Okay, this is just a graphic here. PC gaming, mostly digital.
We're gonna stop. Mostly digital by. Okay. Let them talk.
Digital by 2013 to 2015. Effectively all digital by the late 2010s, essentially. So late 2000s, physical PC games began declining rapidly as Steam gains popularity. Okay, and again, this isn't to point fingers. This is just factual data. These are facts. Okay. So just trying to give a premise here of what's going on. 2013 to 2015, digital purchases become the norm for most PC gamers, okay? 2016 to 2018, majority of AAA PC releases are digital. Physical boxes become less common.
Okay.
We're starting to see a trend. Time changes. The industry changes. Technology changes,
Okay.
right?
Hurry up.
Late 2010s and beyond, effectively all digital physical PC game boxes are rare and often include only a download code.
Okay, I'm about to bust that whole entire argument right now. Yes, games going over to Steam late 2020s. Yes, because Steam is a platform, not only a platform, you could go to other stores like GOG, you could go to Epic, you could go to Battlefield, you could go to other stores, you could go ahead and get key cards. So there's other ways to get games for cheap. So you have other options where places are taking away the one and only options that you can't get physical media. If you want to talk about the late 2010s and beyond, guess what? Steam didn't make it easier for people to get games. Didn't make it harder for people to get games physically. The industry of the PC, meaning you got people who doesn't make disk drive anymore. And guess what? That hurt Steam. Steam had to say, you know what? We got to go ahead and make sure people don't lose their libraries. I can still get physical games. And guess what? I can still get a disk drive. I still have the option to still get physical. And if you don't know, if I want to keep a physical drive, let me go ahead and make myself bigger so you can see this. I know your eyes are kind of weak because you're old. What's this? This is a SD. This is a storage unit. Guess what? It's 128 gigs of storage. You know what I could do? Take out my controller and then pop this in. Guess what? I could get the game and put it on PC. So guess what? I got my physical media as long as DRM free or cracked. I can still put physical media. I could still put my digital game on something that is physical. So for you to say there's no physical options, I just showed you an option. Oh, you want to see the Nezuko version? I got the Nezuko version right here too. So there's still an option for physical games. It's just you have to create the physical yourself. So you failed at that one. Let me hear what you want to say about Xbox.
Okay, this is just the facts. PC leads the charge in this stuff, whether you're doing it via Steam, Epic Game Store.
It was forced. It was forced. It was forced. It is like we don't have a choice, and we still have a choice to still get physical games from Walmart, from anywhere. We still have that options to get it. We also have other options. So it's not like we are stuck with digital only.
Anywhere else. That's the way it is. Okay, then we're looking at the Xbox side of things, and we're bringing these up because we're all in the same circle, right? We're all in the same circle.
Well, I just disproven what you said about the PC gaming look at it. I just want to hear what you say about Xbox so I can destroy that argument too.
Life, essentially, and that hamster wheel, how the industry operates as businesses and corporations mixed with us consumers, right? As you can see here, Xbox still supports physical games, but since 2023 to 2024, it has increasingly shifted many releases toward digital-only distribution. Before 2023, Microsoft releases most first-party games with physical editions. After that, 23 to 2024, increasing number of first-party titles launch at digital only on Xbox, while some games still get physical editions. Now, from 2025 to 2026 and beyond, many Xbox first-party releases skip physical editions entirely or have very limited physical releases, but Microsoft will publish some games on discs.
Okay, so I'm about to destroy that whole entire argument again. Okay, so yes, you can still buy physical media for Xbox. Yes, they made it easier for you to play games as digital. But the thing about it is, I'm not going to get mad at paying $23 a month to play a whole bunch of fucking games. But here's the thing you don't understand. You can still go to the store to buy Microsoft games. And the one thing that actually go against your argument is Microsoft didn't announce that they're stopping physical media, only PlayStation. If Microsoft came out and stopped physical media, I will be on this platform saying it's bullshit too. That's the part you don't understand. If Microsoft say that we still do physical games, then it is. You want to know what's funny? Here's a list I'm going to do. PlayStation 1 and 2, you could play PlayStation and PlayStation 2, you could still play the original PlayStation and PlayStation 2 on that system. PlayStation 3, you could play backwards compatible with PlayStation 2 and PlayStation games, but when the Slim came out, they took that away. So they took away your option to play your PlayStation and PlayStation 2 games, only PlayStation 3, after they did a Slim model. Then when PlayStation 4 came out, they stopped making you play PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, PlayStation games. And then they gave you a subscription, meaning they already thought about not letting you play physical media all the way back during the PlayStation 3 era. Now we're looking at PlayStation 5, where you could play PlayStation 4 games, this version, but you still have the service for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation games, while PlayStation 3 is only by streaming. And now we're down to a point where in 2006, PlayStation will be the only console that is going to be disc only. 2028, my bad. Argue with that.
Reason I bring this all up is because this is a trend. If you think Sony is going to be the only ones doing this, if you think PlayStation is the only ones going to be doing this, you haven't been paying attention.
Well, here's the thing. I don't go off of rumors. So if you're saying it's going to happen, until Microsoft saying that they're not going to do it, it's all BS to me.
Xbox is following their next system that was rumored to be a hybrid. We'll have to wait.
But how do you know if Microsoft didn't say anything? That's the thing. Y'all like to go off of rumors, but Xbox didn't say anything. Stop believing in rumors until the companies say it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And see what happens, because it seems like every 24 hours something is changing drastically over at Xbox. But if they continue on the path of the helix...
Well, until Xbox say anything, I'm not going off of what you're saying. That's the whole entire argument I'm saying. Until Xbox say anything, even though the pattern shows, I understand the patterns. Oh, well, patterns pretty. But the reason why I don't go off of your rumors, like they're stopping PC porting and stuff like that. The reason why I'm not going off of rumors is because look what y'all doing with the PlayStation news when PlayStation's saying something. Instead of listening to rumors, why you listen to the fuck that the company's saying so you could get the right information?
odds are there will not be, and the rumored heavily will not be, a disc-based platform. Okay, they are supposedly maybe working.
You know what would be funny if Microsoft saying that we will sell the disc separate, or it comes in the system, but if they do sell the disc separate, because since Microsoft is a computer company, they say if you want to get a disc, go ahead and buy a disc offline. You can find it cheaper if you want to.
Working to get your current physical collection to digitize itself. That's a huge win. So that's a possibility. But going forward, if your concern is no longer getting physical games going forward, that is going to be a problem. Right now, Nintendo has game key cards.
Yeah, that was bullshit too.
Yes, they are still more physical than a full digital.
No, game key card just give a option to download. It's still digital. I don't care if it's physical or not. Like you hold it in your hand, it's still digital. No, there's no game on there. It's just access code. It's not physical. It's no, it's just a code. I could put a full game on this. I can't put a full game on that. Oh my gosh, it's still digital.
Digital edition, right? Where it has some of the game on the key.
It's not some, is no game. Is this when you put it in, it's just saying download. It's not some, it's none. Is this access for you to download? Is this a license? Which pretty much most games are coming out now. It's just a license.
Card, or at least the license key unlock, and then you download the rest of the game. You can still trade these things, so it works.
Who want to trade that? Is a digital, is this a cartridge saying, oh, I give you the keys so you can download the game? It's not physical. And then you gotta have this, it's a mess. We hate it, we don't like it, and guess what? A lot of people out in the community saying, nope, we don't, because guess what? I found one at Walmart for $20 and people still not $20, for like $2, and people still not buying it. Because there's no full game on there. People will rather collect the full game instead of using key cards. And that should already tell Nintendo, you know what? No more key cards.
Similarly to a physical aspect, right? So there is that.
Pokey is trash.
But it is very telling
when it comes down to
that, hey, you know what? Either A, Nintendo Switch stuff resorts getting to, for the next generation, gets to a disc-based situation, or all digital, or you're going to continue.
Now I'm going to say this: to me, it was smart for Nintendo to switch over to the card, because that's, to me, is one of the best physical that console company made. Because fuck the disc, I don't want the disc.
I would say possibly wasting, depending on the outcome there, of, you know, physicality, your game cartridges producing this, that, and the other, all just for mostly downloading it and making it an unlock key, so to speak. So the point is, you know, and PC obviously is not reverting back to physical based gaming.
But I could make a physical. Yes. Okay. So like I said, this had my Windows key, right? Windows 11. Because I build computers. I like to have a window key. This have a Windows key. I mean, this have Windows. The full fledged of Windows. I put this in and I put Windows. When I take it out, it's still physically in my hand. It's not a one-time shot. I can still add Windows to anybody on that own a PC. Guess what? Windows. I could add Windows to 100 computers. Oh, if I don't like it, Zoran OS. It's Linux. Linux. Guess what? I don't have to switch. That's physical. With the program I need to add to a PC.
So the future is digital. We've seen this coming for quite some time.
Yes, the future is digital. I get that. But the whole point is ownership of the physical media. That's the part that you don't understand. Sorry, fixing my mic. I had to get a little bit closer. Yeah, the future is digital, but at the same time, a lot of people saying this is too soon.
If anybody's been gaming for a while, you should have known the trajectory. However, I will state this. I thought we had about 5 to 8 years, I would say, before we would have to be
What PlayStation say is now or never.
forced into the digital only aspect where they totally give up on physical games. So that's where I come across as shocked, is because it's like, okay, am I shocked? Yes. Am I totally blindsided? No. The timing.
Yeah, because that Sony, how Sony tastes, how Sony tastes. I know Sony tastes pretty good. How's Sony boot tasting? Yeah, that's all you do.
Is just off for me. And for some reason, they thought to pull that trigger right now.
Yeah, because you do whatever Sony tell you to do. That's basically what it is. And that's what I think a lot of people is upset at fanboys, because y'all do what Sony tell you to do without having any backlash.
So that's the interesting part, and we'll go over this a little bit more here. So here's another data chart, right? Look at this, all right? You have physical media in the yellow, digital in the blue.
Let me ask you this, when you look at that, okay? How many games out there are digital and how many games out there is physical? Are you adding the God of War bundle pack that comes with a digital media, with digital game, compared to God of War being sold as physical copies? Same thing with the Spider-Man 2. What about games that's only coming out only in physical media? If people is buying the games that's only coming out in media, it doesn't have a physical copy. Are they adding that in there, or are they taking that away? If there are option for me to buy the digital copy in the physical form, if not, then guess what? That chart is misleading.
As time goes on, yes, back in 2010, guys, we were mostly doing physical. As the years are going on, do we see how this is shifting? It's a drastic shift. It's not a gradual, it's not a 50-50, it's not.
And again, there's more more digital than physical. And that's why I asked, because you got people who can't afford to put games on on physical, but it's easier for them to put it on digital because it costs a lot less money in order to put the game out there. That's one thing that I don't think a lot of fanboys like this cat is understanding. There's more digital game. What about the games that's on my are they adding just PlayStation, or are they adding the whole entire outcome, like Xbox, Nintendo, PC, and better yet, phones? Are they doing all of that? So now is this all gaming, or is this just the console? So that's where I'm saying that he is doing a false narrative when it comes down to looking at it. Are they talking about just PlayStation? Are they talking about all consoles? Are they talking about PC? Or are they adding everything like on like cell phones? That's the question we should have asked.
Not even a 40-60 for the most point, as a collective whole. Digital game.
So if they doing it as a collective whole, then that is very misleading, because I can't get physical games on my cell phone. I could get physical games on my PC, but it's so little. You could get physical on console, but you're doing a collective whole. There's more games on my cell phone than your PlayStation. And that's insane, because now it's misleading, because you're adding everything that games into one platform. Now we know how the numbers are misleading.
Has taken over. I went out right before this because off the top of my head, I do not have the count. So I went out, counted my physical games. The digital games are in the hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000 or more, right? For my digital library. My physical library consists of around 40 or so games. I have
but at the same time, also looking at you in general. You're an older gentleman. You're older than me. Okay, I'm 39. You're got to be older than that. So I'm including that. You don't have time to go out to get physical media. You don't have time because you got a family to take care of. You have kids, you got grandkids that you have to take care of. It's shocking that I had to say grandkids because I'm 39 and I could have grandkids, right? Like, I don't look 39, but I'm 39. Trust me. I got one piece of gray hair. That's crazy. But you got grandkids, you got kids that, that your life had to go around. So you can't go out there to a Walmart. You can't go out there to a Best Buy. You can't go out there to a Target. You can't go out there to a GameStop. You can't go out there to a Micro Center like you could just to pick up the physical media. You can't because life happens. It happened even with COVID. Life happens. It happened quickly. So it makes sense for people to buy digital due to that. But that shouldn't mean that digital should go away because you're adding everybody when it comes down to digital. And that's one thing that I don't think you putting into consideration. It's not my fault that you haven't went out to buy physical. You just have a life. I'm not mad at your life because you going to take care of your life. It's just I think the list that you're doing is falsely missing out in points in certain areas. I think I'm done with him. We're going to go on to the next video. Again, I think what it is he missing out the point of what he's doing. I don't think he's put into consideration of what he's doing and how he's doing the research, if that makes sense. Because he's not putting in consideration of how people life is going. He's not putting into consideration of all the collected games like games on your cell phone, games on your tablets, games on your PC. He's being misgenuine when it comes down to that. I would like to see how it is when it comes down to just physical and digital that have both, not just physical games and not just digital games. If like God of War physical and God of War digital, compare both of those. Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 2 both physical. I would like to see that instead of putting everybody into the hole. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to Reforged Gaming. This is the next person that we're going to look at. This is a video he been getting clowned because he's an all digital person, which means whatever Sony do, he's gonna lick the boots. So we're gonna watch it.
I think gamers are currently fighting the wrong fight. If you've been holding on to the belief that physical media would always be protected by market demand, that illusion was shattered in the last week. We have officially been given an expiration date. In a series of announcements, leaked hardware strategies, the corporate giants of the industry are making it very clear the era of physical discs is coming to an end. But while
because there's more platforms that don't have physical media, that you can't get physical media with. And that's where I think there's a lot of misleading. And that's a part that you're not going to understand Reforged, because you got cell phones that play games. You got tablets that play games. You got MacBooks that could play games. You got PC that could play games. We could add a disk drive to it. And you're not looking at it where, okay, let me compare all the physical games in digital games to themselves. You're looking at gaming in general instead of looking at physical and digital of the same exact game. That's a point that you're never going to understand. And let me go ahead and do this real quick. Whoop. Let me pull this up because I want to make sure I get this screenshot. This screenshot is kind of messy. No. Whoop. Messy. Save. Boom. Save. Boom.
the entire internet is currently spiraling into a wave of nostalgia and outrage over the loss of plastic cases on...
It's not that. The point you don't understand is Sony telling people that you do what I say. if I make a game $200, you better pay $200. You can't go somewhere else and get it for 60. You know? Oh, and if it's on CD keys, yeah, you can't download it from CD keys. That's the whole point, because people don't want this platform to be controlled by one company. That's what monopoly is. And you always want to say Steam is a monopoly. No, I could still get my game from GOG. I could get my games from Epic. I could get my game from any other website. Digimon TCG Go that I play online. Guess what? It's not on Steam. I have to find it and play it. People could create their own games and not put it on Steam. So that doesn't make Steam a monopoly. What make a monopoly is PlayStation get rid of the disk drive and can't go to a store to get the game.
Retail shelves or on your own shelves. Most importantly, I think people are missing the real crisis. We are screaming to save a dying format when we should be fighting an entirely different war.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is PlayStation going to let you put games on this? No. That's another option for physical. Is PlayStation going to put it on an SD card? No. That's another option of physical. Is PlayStation going to create something like this, which is a physical and it can hold more data? No. Okay, well, that's another option that PlayStation got rid of. So is PlayStation going to let you download Steam, download Epic, download GOG, download all the other stuff? No. Well, that's another option that they got rid of. So PlayStation is telling you you only could buy from one platform and be happy with it. Thank you for showing me that you're a PlayStation fanboy. Congratulations.
This war is not about saving the disk drive. It's about what happens when you lose it. Today, we need to talk about the massive PlayStation bombshell, Microsoft's rumored strategy with Project Helix,
Stop with the rumors. I hate rumors, because the thing about it is you go off of rumors. You go off of rumors. I already know you hate Xbox. You go off of rumors, but then as soon as PlayStation drops something big, you brush it to the side. And I understand you say, oh, I feel sorry for it. Do you really? Do you really feel sorry about people who can't use their disc? Because it sounds like you're more arguing with PlayStation company instead of arguing with the consumer. Remember the anti-consumerism, and you say there's no definition for it? You're doing the anti-consumerism. You're champion for a corporation doing something that negatively affect people who want to buy the product. That is definition of anti-consumerism. Now, pro-consumerism is a company going out to make sure it's at least the best option for their community and for other people to enjoy it and get stuff that they want. That's pro-consumer.
The harsh economic truth of why this was always inevitable. More importantly, though, we need to talk about why the gaming community needs
How if Sony created compact disc?
to completely redirect its anger. We need to stop fighting for plastic and start fighting for true digital ownership, the right to refund, and
Yeah, you don't care about that. You champion PlayStation for that no matter what, because if that's the case, you should have argued about that in the past. Bullshit.
federal consumer protection. Because if we don't change our strategy right now, the future of gaming is not just digital, it's a corporate-dominated landscape where we own practically nothing. Now, if you
Why you didn't fight about this in the past with PlayStation? PlayStation stopped you from playing PlayStation, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3 games if you own them. PlayStation raised prices of games. PlayStation raised prices of consoles, which it should have dropped, and all you do is cheer for it. And now you say, oh, we got to fight for it. You don't care nothing about the consumer. Shut the fuck up, Reforge. You don't care about the consumer, because if that's the case, how come we didn't argue about cheaper PlayStation? How can they argue about the cross and the circle button in Japan where they swap it? Yes, and I'm going to keep on saying cross because this is a Japan-owned company. So I'm going to go with cross, not X. I'm sorry if y'all want to keep on saying X, y'all can, but I want to say cross. Why you didn't argue about cheaper games? All this was against the consumers. Now you care about consumer ownership? Get out of here, Reforge.
you like my content and you want more like this, be sure to hit like and subscribe so
No.
you don't miss my uploads or my live shows. Now, to properly talk about this, though, we have to start with the PlayStation bombshell. Let's just
All right, all the work that you put in, the millions, the thousands of dollars that you put on your PC, the $1,000 that you put into your stream, the money that you get, but yet you want to do something basic as the PlayStation bombshell. You can't do nothing pretty. You can't do nothing exciting. This is the reason why a lot of people say you don't have that much viewers.
start with the catalyst that set the entire industry on fire. Sony's official announcement. PlayStation announced that in January of 20.
Do you get rights to use this from Sony? Won't Sony get mad because of that? And yeah, I'm covering your face. I don't care.
2028, physical disc production for the all-new PlayStation titles going forward would be discontinued. Well,
Hey, remember I told you about I don't like third-person action adventure game with stealth elements because they're basically the same? Spider-Man! Last of Us! Like, this is the reason why I don't think Sony PlayStation games sells on PC, because we don't want stuff like this. We don't want stuff like this. We want stuff that does beyond what this game could do. Because this is basically third-person action adventure game stuff elements. We don't want this. Can you give us some like smucks? Can you give us like some like puzzle games? Can you give us some options, some varieties? Some strategy games. Can we get any of those, please?
let that sink in. From that date forward, every single new game release on a PlayStation console will only exist as a digital asset. Sony's corporate justification was what you'd expect. It was just pure cold data. They pointed out that digital downloads are accounting for roughly 80% of full game software sales, and many have pushed
Damn, I didn't know Wolverine's suit have healing powers.
back on this claim and said, listen, if you actually look at the stats, physical is still very strong. I think this is a waste of time. They have
I can't wait for Wolverine game and whether God of War get a release date. Fair. I mean, I want you to get those games as much as possible. Those games, I can see you enjoying that game. I really do. I really do. You know, I really do. Yeah, you gotta get those games. And you know what? I'm going to say this. The only thing I criticize about the God of War game was Sony already proven to me what a lot of PC players been talking about. The fact that they put their showcase in a movie theater is telling us that all they care about is movie-based games, which I'm not saying that anybody going to not have fun with movie-based games, but that literally stopped me from buying a PlayStation. Because I want options. I want like a lot of options. Like I want Sony to give me a strategy game. I don't want Sony to go down, but I want them to give me a strategy game. I want them to give me more options when it comes down to their games. And this is not it.
completely adjusted their production timelines and warehouses ahead of this announcement. They are not just looking at one quarter, they're not just looking at trends within the last year, they are looking at where things are headed in the future.
But at the same time, Reforce, you're not putting in cell phones, you're not putting in tablets, you're not putting in you're not putting in like they're putting in phones, they putting in tablets, they putting in everything as digital. Even my Atari, not like one of the Atari thing, right? I have like a whole bunch of games on there. All those are digital, but yeah, I got it physical. But you're talking about the whole. You're not talking about just PlayStation. You're not talking about just the games that are physical and the games that are just digital. If we look at that, the numbers might change a lot because you're taking away all the games that are not just physical. You're taking away that games that are not just physical or digital. You're taking away the stuff that actually keep it separate so you could do the right comparison, but you're not.
Digital will continue to overtake physical. I think that's undeniable. So to them, this is not a radical shift. It's just a natural direction that aligns with how the mass market will continue to evolve into the future. But
I'm sorry. Is this the fact that his suit is actually healing from blood is starting to be annoying? I'm sorry. I don't care about graphics when it comes down to games, but if a game is meant to be graphic a graphic intense game, I expect I expect at least the suit to still be dirty with blood.
But look at the staggering irony of the timing. At the exact same time they did this, they announced that they would be shutting down the legacy PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita digital storefronts. This is a bit of a reality check. In a single afternoon, Sony demonstrated the terrifying vulnerability of an all-digital future.
Yeah, like the security. Like the security, like I hate to say this, but PlayStation have the worst security system ever. And the fact that you have to use your your face for Face ID in the UK is fucking wrong. And that's one thing I wanted to definitely criticize is that.
And yes, they weren't deleting those games from people's collections, but to add fuel to the fire, this comes on the heels of them wiping hundreds of purchased movies and TV shows from users' active digital libraries.
So you're just basically saying, hey, digital is fine, but make sure you get ready for them to delete games off your platform. I don't know how you could suck off this company.
Due to expired licensed agreements. Now, this is something that I have argued has nothing to do with the consumer. If you're going to purchase something and add it to your digital library, it should stay there. If they're going to take it away, you should at the very least get a refund. So
You think Sony going to do that? You think Sony going to give you a refund? They got the money. They got your money. They don't care. And that's crazy. No, they should still sell you the game despite on a licensing or not.
message from the platform holder.
And if somebody streamed the game because of that, and then they say, "Well, Sony or Microsoft, our license is over. You can't stream that game." Shoot, you got the fair right act, fair right that you're playing the game and you're criticizing it. I don't care about them. I care about playing the game and entertaining my community.
Could not be more clear. You don't own your digital library.
Ugh.
You're paying.
I'm sorry. I can't expect Jean Greg to be like this. Ugh. Like Wolverine don't even look good either. Like Wolverine face. Ugh.
Retail price, sometimes the full
It's just those characters look like NPCs.
retail price for a glorified revocable license that can be taken away whenever the corporate contract expires. And if you think PlayStation is alone in this, well, think again. Naturally, Microsoft was not about to let Sony dominate the news headlines about this. While Sony pulled the plug outright,
Right. We're going to stop right here. The UK government who decided to do the age verification plus Sony have no choice to do. Yeah, and that's the mess up part about it. The government want to go ahead and take pictures because my thing is like this. We're going to get back to Reforge real quick, but my thing is this. Like, don't get me wrong. I did apply for a government job. I worked with the government before. My thing about this when it comes down to government is the government is old. And what I mean by the government is old, they're not tech savvy. So when you have old people who is used to their way, like if it's not broke, don't fix, for them to take in ID and force people to take ID when their security system is not even the greatest, because I'm not expecting the government security system to be great when it comes down to online. I'm damn sure not going to make sure that PlayStation online service is safe. Is a hacker, what you call it? It's a hacker wonderland, if that makes sense. They could go into the government, take everybody pictures, get their IDs, get all that stuff, and then freaking, go and buy anything. Like that's the thing, because I don't think they're ready for a whole bunch of people taking people information. And then when the government get blamed for, you're going to have me saying, "We told you so." And you're going to have a lot of people who are going to get pissed off at the government and say, "Well, if you knew you had some weak points in the system. Well, you should never took our ID anyway. That's messed up. You literally put us into you really put us into sacrificing our life given because you want our pictures. And that's one thing that I think that is going to be like a fail point when it comes down to it, because the government is not going to be caught up to what it is as of right now. Same thing with the stop killing games. The government is not up to par to what PC or anything is up to, because they see it as, oh, it's okay, I got this, I got that. So I don't think a lot of people in the government understand the horrors of what's happening, and I think a lot of companies is taking advantage of that. That's why you got Gabe Newell saying like, no, we're not going to take your information, because they know what's going to happen if somebody gets your information. That's why Steam Valve customer service and customer support is one of the top tiers when it comes down to PC. So that's what I think. I don't think, like, that's what I hate when it comes down to the government forcing that type of situation. Now, don't get me wrong. I still think that they should protect people, but they shouldn't blame it on bad parenting. Bad parenting and bad parenting, that's their fault. And in my opinion, if a kid end up doing something bad, I think the parents should be blamed for that. That's just my opinion, because it's not my fault that I don't have no kids. I didn't raise no kids, Like, if I raise kids, I'll be on their ass. But back to the Reforge. I want to say this right now. I know you're going to say this because Game Pass and stuff. If Xbox didn't say they not stopping physical, then stop getting on these rumors.
Xbox is taking a much more calculated psychological approach to transition their player base to an all-digital ecosystem. According to major insider reports from Windows...
Hey, did he forget that with Xbox you could put your disc, your Xbox original into the disc and play the game?
Central and The Verge, which I will point out, they've gotten pretty much everything right whenever they leak something that Microsoft is planning on doing. They are alleging that Microsoft's upcoming next-generation console hardware, which is codenamed Project Helix, is being designed from the ground up to launch without a physical disk drive. The disk drive will...
It's not like you're putting Windows onto a disk drive and booting it up and taking it out. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Not be an optional add-on. It's going to be completely engineered out of the ecosystem. But
again, what am I tripping about it? Reforge, I'm done with you. If Xbox didn't say they took away the disc, then don't talk about it. What the hell, man? Reforge, you're a joke. You're a joke, Reforge. Again, you sucking off Sony because you're saying, oh, it's okay because they're planning to do it. Oh boy, Reforge is just another joke. Sucking off Sony. That's why they call him a fanboy. Oh gosh, I do not want to go over JTech, but this is like close to an hour. Okay, I think we have. This is from his live stream. JTech from his live stream. We got 3 more with JTech. So we're gonna go ahead and talk about JTech and what he's going to do to suck off Sony as well. So let's go ahead and do it.
My physical collection.
Oh my gosh, he look old.
When the last generation I did all physical or predominantly physical, and that would have been during the PS3 generation, right? Which was one of my favorite generations. It was I played a lot of games. I completed a lot of games that generation. Even though I had full-time jobs during that entire generation, I still had a lot. I feel like I had more time to play and complete games.
I mean, you also had the hacking situation. You have the fact that you can't play if you didn't have the original PlayStation. You can't play your PlayStation 3, the big box. You can't play your PlayStation 2 and 1 games. The fact that they took away the SD card stuff on there. I mean, there's some there. At least you got free online, but the hacking stuff like that. I mean, I remember going to GameStop that one time, looking at some games, and I saw a lot of people bringing back their PlayStation because of the hacking.
No, we didn't have as many open world titles. So I guess there's that.
Yo, I realize a lot of PlayStation gamers who don't really go off a PC have the HyperX microphone. Like, you got other microphones that actually sounds good and you can actually improve without buying new microphones. Like the one I have right here is a mono microphone. I could take off the RGB off of this too. Like, I take off the RGB, but I still have like, here, let me go ahead and make myself bigger. Like, I still have the option to put XLR, which I'm using right now. You can see the XLR on there, and you got the cord on there, so I can use the RGB. But I still have the option to use XLR to put to the DAC, and I can use USB if I want to, but I'm not using the USB function because I'll just go through some colors. But him just using I'm starting to realize that all they want is a plug and play situation. And to be honest, I guess that's fine, but you're so limited to what you can have, and that's sad.
So,
And it also teach me on how to use certain technology. Like, I didn't know how to use it, but with the fact of me, using my my Razer thing that's connected to my mic, I could change my voice. Like, as you can see, can anybody hear me? Yeah, there we go. And there's the fact that I could do that. I could lower my voice. Like, but I also fix it in software, so I could move it up, down. You know, there we go. I can move up, down. I could. It's stuff I could do. So yeah, I learned how to do all that just by sitting down and doing it. But the fact that he want to plug and play, that's fine. But you're so limited, and you do have like some type of sound in the background.
I'm going to.
Is he playing
let me
his
see if
radio?
I think that's one of the best ones I can show you guys. So I'll just post this one up.
This is the reason why you got demonetized, JTech. You're playing copyright. You're playing copyright music in the background, meaning we're going to skip JTech because he playing some copyright music, and the fact that he don't understand that that is copyright music, I'm going to get away from that because he's a dumbass. You're playing copyright music in the background, and I'm not going to get hit by that. I refuse. JTech is an idiot. He don't know anything about copyright. It's crazy. All right, so we're going to go to Jay Bari live stream talking about it. And we're going to look at this.
Yeah, exact. We are here to talk about the all digital future of PlayStation.
Does he have a PlayStation 5 clone on the bottom? Oh my gosh.
Listen, I got one topic today, y'all. It's going to be short. It's going to be simple, yet clean. Clean, but yet simple. Today, okay? We ain't going to be going over hoops and ladders. Okay?
What do you mean by hoops and ladders? Like, I don't understand what you mean.
Not going to learn how to sew today. We're not going to learn how to knit today. We're just going to go right in there. Huh? We're going to go right in.
That's how you wish Sony could do to you? Like, spit and friction?
Right in there. Okay? Yo, what's good, man? Yo, Foxing around. I'm chilling with Austin. Yo, what's good, bro? Yo, Otaku, what's good, bro? Yo, Persona, what's good? Shout out to my bro Persona. Shout out to the bro Persona, man. You know what I mean? Yo, Philipson, what's good, bro? Yo, Braun, what's good, man? Braun, yo, Chips, what's good, man? Queens in the building. Clean. When you walk away. We got the Speak from the Heart shirt on today. I agree with.
Okay.
Say it might trigger you. Some things that I say you might agree with. But like I said, we're just gonna go right into it. Normally I would try to, do a little small talk here and there. I could talk about my work day today and how, some crazy stuff was going on, but your boy.
We know you did this because of what's going on with the PlayStation, what's going on with PlayStation, the backlash and stuff. Okay. I just want to hear you simp for this company. That's all I care about.
Ended up getting it done, whatever. We can do all of that, but we're not going to do that today. Okay? Because right after this stream right here, I'm going to be uploading another video talking about Marvel Tokon. You get what I'm saying? But today,
I just want to hear you fanboy.
We got to talk about.
And if you don't fanboy and you don't criticize them, I don't care. Like I want to hear you fanboy. If you don't fanboy, I want to go ahead and call back all the stuff that you agree with. So yeah.
PlayStation, and we're gonna focus only on PlayStation. Yo, T-Man, what's good, man? Yo, Kratos, what's good? Sam, what's good? I'm not even gonna mention Xbox today. The only time
you're a PlayStation fanboy channel, why any of the fanboys mention Xbox?
Time I mention Xbox is by telling you I'm not even gonna mention Xbox today. All right? If I mention Xbox, you say, "Hey, Mark, I need you to stop the stream right now." If I mention Xbox, that's what I need y'all to do. If I mention Xbox, I say, "Barry, stop the stream right now."
What the? Okay, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, you got a different mic. Fair. Okay, cool. Please fix your mic quality.
All right. Okay. All right, man. So early in the morning, you know how PlayStation like to do things, right? Oh, matter of fact, like I said today, y'all, we got one topic that we're going to.
I think the reason why they do it early in the morning because people don't want to see it right away.
Talk about today. One topic. Monumental. Okay. One topic. All digital PlayStation future. And that topic is going to be a speak from the heart because I got a lot of different perspectives when it comes to all digital PlayStation. You know what I mean? Console for PlayStation. If you don't know, I am all digital. I've been all digital.
No shit.
Since around the end of PlayStation 3. When they started implementing.
So you just like to clap it up for Sony. Cool, you like to toot it up for Sony. Gotcha.
The preloading of digital games, that's when I fully went all digital. I remember the first game that had that preload, from my understanding, was the DuckTales remaster. I don't know if y'all. So
DuckTales, back in the day, DuckTales was on the Super Nintendo, and now they re-released it. At that time, they didn't give you an option to get a physical copy. So we could take that out of the conversation because since there was no physical copy, why should we add that to comparing digital to physical?
Remember the DuckTales remaster from PS3? When I saw that update, as far as like, yo, this is going to be preloaded, so I don't have to go through the long ass download for PlayStation. If you've been on the PlayStation 3, you remember DC Universe Online. You remember Gran Turismo 5 Prelude or whatever it was called. You remember some of them digital joints or some of them updates, man. It was long, okay?
Yeah, it was long because the internet wasn't as fast as it is now. We didn't have fiber back then. We didn't have the fast thing. Like I think we was getting off of we still had what's called dial up, but it wasn't as fast as DLS. Was it DLS? DLS? I think it was DLS. Yeah, it was faster than dial up, but it's not faster than what we have now. We got Starlink, we have fiber, we have stuff that could go fast. But even with that, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo still cap your stuff down to a certain amount, while with PC I could still get stuff download fast. Like I don't have fiber. I think downloading PBA Tour, at PBA Bowling is not really a big game, but it's not really graphically intense and stuff like that. It only took me like probably 3 minutes. Wish I had fiber, so it took like 10 seconds.
It took a while. All right. And when they implemented that preloading thing, I thought this was genius. I thought this was amazing.
And you on Wi-Fi, so your thing is super low. Even I'm on Wi-Fi, which I would love to be on wired, but my thing is downstairs, so I gotta get a long ass cord, which I don't want to. You know, if my computer was there, then yeah, I'll be connected to Ethernet.
So what I did, I was like, you know what? I'm going to embrace this digital push, this digital future, because once they was also dropping a lot of PlayStation 1 classic games that I was already just buying up digitally anyway. You know what I mean? To this day.
Fix your green screen. You're cutting off right here. I know you can't see it, but you're cutting off right here. If you made your green screen a little bit bigger, it would have been a lot better, but your hand looked like it's super cut off. But again, you're a PlayStation fanboy. I understand that you don't know anything about technology. You just click and go.
I still have those games where I play them on the Vita. When they get update the PlayStation Plus and the catalog, majority of those games, it says I already own them because I bought them from the PlayStation 3 days.
Yeah, but imagine them taking that away.
You know what I mean? Yo, Trav, what's good, bro? Yo, Arvin, what's good, man? What is good, y'all? Yo, Brian East, what's good, bro?
But we're not going to do
what's up, yo? MJ, what's good, MJ? Yo, Henry Head, what's good, man? Yo, T-Man, what's good, bro? Cobb Sanity, what's up, bro? What is up, everybody, man? Appreciate it. Yo, Ace Gaming, what's up, man? So, you know what I mean? That's my background history when it comes to digital and how I started. I have never...
I'm going to say this, though. The fact that I went over to PC is because I was getting sick and tired of what Nintendo and Xbox have been doing. Like, I still had a Nintendo Switch, but ever since what Nintendo did with the Switch 2, I refuse to buy the Nintendo Switch 2. There's games that I had lost back then. I mean, I got ready. I would like Ready to Rumble. I want to play that again, but I can't play it unless I get the old hardware. Or I could download on my PC, find the code, and boom. I got Ready to Rumble on my PC. And I could play with a modern controller. Same thing with Jet Force Gemini. I had Jet Force Gemini for the Nintendo 64. I can't get that on PC, but I found a way to get it. I got Jet Force Gemini. So it's not the fact of, it's the fact of preservation. It's a fact of finding the code and playing it on PC. With PlayStation, I don't think I'm going to get that. And that's a lot of people saying, like, there's no way for me to get those games that I have that I own. I don't want to spend more money on those games. So why am I not getting a disc drive? That's just crazy. I don't want to. There's people out there that don't want to double dip. That's why I say piracy.
Physical disc in my PlayStation 4 or 5 ever. Matter of fact, the PlayStation 5, I never owned a physical version of the PlayStation 5. When it comes to the Pro, I do.
If you're broke, just say it. Nah, but they actually force you to go digital because it's cheaper.
I did buy a physical add-on thing because you never know.
And I'm gonna say this: I don't mind digital unless they give you cheaper options and the way that you can keep your games forever. If they don't do that, then digital is not the way.
In case, sometimes you probably just want to go back, just in case, when I'm all 70 years old, hunched back and everything. I'm like, you know what? I want to play. What the fuck can I play? I don't.
Well, here's the thing. I want to say this, okay? To keep those type of games is going to have to take a lot of effort on their servers. They can look into the servers and say, oh, that not that many people going to play it, so a lot of people are not going to miss it. They take away, and then you turn 70, and you're like, oh, I wish I could play this game, show my grandkids and everything, and you realize the game is not on there. What you going to do about it?
Well, no, but you never know, right? The
What?
PlayStation 4, I've never put.
Yo, his microphone. What's up with people putting their microphone like this? Like, I don't get it. Like, I'm up here and it sounds regular because, you know, I fix it in the system. Like, but I'm out here and everybody can hear me. I'm not up close to the microphone like this. There's no reason why I need to be up that close to the microphone if I could move my microphone boom arm as close as I need to without kissing the mic. Like, you're literally kissing your pop socket. I took away mine because I just realized, oh, snaps, I don't need it because I'm talking fine. And I could adjust like this. If I need to adjust, I could turn this. I could turn this right here and I could adjust. So it could sound a little bit better if I want some room. I'm not up close to the microphone. I'm pretty far back. Like, I don't get it. You have to be super close to your microphone in order to speak. Like, I don't get it. I might like that microphone being like that, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it like that.
The physical disc in the mother. I don't even know how the joint sounds. The PlayStation 5, I don't even know how it sounds, right? I do like digital. I like the convenience. I like the best.
It's not as, like, I like digital too. Don't get me wrong. I like digital because I don't have to deal with CDs. But I'm not going to sit there and say people dislike CDs. They still should have the option to play their games on a hardware with CDs. But here's the difference between you and myself. You're on PlayStation. I'm on PC. You have to buy your games through the PlayStation Store unless you hack your PlayStation so you can get your games off of Steam. I could buy my games off of Steam, Epic, GOG, some website that's not on there, Battle.net, so on and so forth, G2A, CD keys, stuff like that. With that, I get cheaper games because they have to compete with other platforms. With you, if God of War costs $70, you have no choice but to spend $70. Now, here's another thing. If the game is taken off your store, you can't get it back. Me, if the game is taken off of any of those stores that I have, I just have to go online, find the code, and download it again. The difference is you have one option. I have multiple options. And that's the reason why I think if PlayStation is going to have all digital only games, they have to have cheaper games in other storefronts. But they didn't do it. So it's bad for PlayStation to do just digital.
Benefits that it come with when it comes to like streaming, remote play, getting to play, you know.
Didn't y'all say you don't like streaming because Xbox didn't like streaming? Now, since PlayStation gave you options for streaming, then you only care about that when PlayStation do it.
The games at 12 a.m. in the morning, you know, you get to do a little 2-hour session before you go to sleep and go to work. You know, I like those things rather than going to the store and, you know, whatever, right? But
yeah, you want to give your money to Sony PlayStation like a good boy. You like Sony like a good boy you are, and you got no argument with that. Yeah, corporate bootlicker.
And you know, let me slow it down. Yo, Honda, what's good? Matt the Stampede, what's good, bro? Yo, Wolfgang, what's good, bro? E-Rice, what up? Let me slow it down. PlayStation, you know, is
at least he's doing better than MBG while he's showing the tweets. Oh snaps! Oh snaps! I'll put on. That's epic film for me. Yay!
Sends out a tweet early in the morning. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be summertime. It's supposed to be summertime.
Not Will Smith. Oh my gosh. No. That is Will Smith. I think that's Will Smith. Was that Will Smith?
Hi. Y'all remember that song? Summertime.
It is Will Smith.
Summertime. Right? It's supposed to be summertime. You know what I mean? The tweet's supposed to be bright. We're supposed to be sunshines, you know what I mean? Bright colors, you know what I mean? Beaches and all that shit, right? You know it's grim when it's early in the morning and it says important update.
Well, how is it grim if you're a Sony PlayStation fanboy? You agree with everything that they say. I mean, you don't argue, you just consume.
And then it's just a white PlayStation symbol, with a black picture. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh man, fuck. Man, y'all starting off July. You're gonna start off my birthday.
Speaking of, how do I know more about PlayStation than MBG? Like, I just realized that. How do I know about the cross is not an X? How do I know that better than MBG? Like, I started to realize, like, they've been on PlayStation all this time. And yet, me, as a PC player, as a Nintendo fan, used to be fanboy, but now fan, Razer fan, who didn't like the PlayStation back in the day because it was broken when I first got it, and I can't trust PlayStation. How do I know more about PlayStation than they do?
Month? Huh? You gonna start off my birthday month this way? Huh, PlayStation?
Fuck your birthday month. Like, when my birthday come, I don't care. I don't care. I don't celebrate. If I celebrate, I celebrate, but I don't care. I like do horror games, but my birthday's in November. I don't care. I'm just getting older. And yet, yeah, PlayStation said it. You should be agreeing with it, right?
Right? So it was grim. It was good. Yo, Play Beyond, what's good, man? Unicron, what's good, bro? It's grim. So, I'm going over here, I'm at work, I'm doing certain things, you know what I mean? I'm doing my
Dang, you're at work and you checking out PlayStation news on the X. Nah, when I'm at work, I'm at work. I don't look at anything. I'm sorry. Like, if I'm at work, I probably listen to some people talk about some stuff, but I'm not looking at at X. I'm not looking at or Twitter. I'm not looking at no news of gaming. I'm just listening to like probably police chases and stuff. To be honest with you, that's the only thing that excites me.
Thug Dizzle, and I
If y'all want me to do a police body cam, let me know.
click on the guy. I see two different things. I see we're going to get into the PlayStation 3 and the Vita stuff because let's slow it down. Just chat, slow it down. Okay, slow it down. Let me paint the picture. Let me get my Barry Ross on, paint the picture, and we're gonna come
Not
full
Bobbery
circle.
Ross.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So I click on this link right here, and it takes me to this PlayStation blog article.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not new here, and you should already know how I feel when it comes to like important updates and announcements, that how PlayStation presents these announcements or how they deliver these.
Oh, so not rumors. Like I'm trying to figure out why they stop. They need to stop doing rumors. Like, I'm dead serious. They need to stop doing rumors.
Announcements from the PlayStation 5 on What's Up PlayStation podcast on my own personal channel. I've been very, very critical and how they deliver the message. Okay, so I'm reading this article here. Physical disc production ending in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. Okay, and this is by my cousin. If y'all don't know Sid Schumer's, that's my cousin. Not my real cousin, but my gaming cousin.
What?
Okay, and I feel bad for Sid because Sid is going to get the brunt. You know what I mean? Of all of this negativity, they go like, who the fuck wrote this article? Huh? Who wrote this article? I want to know right now. They go be like, oh, Sid Schumer. Anytime they see Sid Schumer's name now, it's gonna be pitchforks. But
I want to keep it real. I don't know who the fuck that person is. I don't know who that is. I didn't even look when I read it. I didn't even look at the name of who put up the freaking article. I don't go after people who just doing their jobs. Okay, I don't care. Okay, if you except for Reforce, he called that a job. Okay, I'm going after you. But no, I don't. Journalists, I don't really care because it's whatever they want to do, whatever they want. I know people mad at journalists, but me personally, I don't care. I just don't care. Like, Okay, you put out bad news. So what? Whoop de do. Okay, thank you for telling me. I'm not mad at that. I'm more like, okay, more bad news. Yay.
bazookas, water balloons. You know what I mean? Cabbages,
Also, I don't take serious about people who actually review games. I'm like, you might not like it, but I might, you know. You could give it a 0, but I could look at it at a 9.
tomatoes, huh? You know, it's a tomato, not a
I bet they
tomato. You
gave
know,
that
it's a
one game a
tomato.
10, but
A
it ended up
tomato is
being
when
a
it is like
1.
it ain't even ripe yet. So when you hit somebody with that shit, it's gonna hurt. Like, oh damn, it feel like an orange. Okay. So the article states here, as
All right,
consumers' preferences
we're going to skip
and
this
the
article reading because I want to get to him. Oh my gosh, he does not skip. This is going to be kind of difficult. Let's see.
to our fans, and we thank you for
Hopefully
your
that works.
continued support. Yo, AA Ron, what's good, man? So this article right here, there's a silver lining in this article, by the way, guys. I'm going to pull it out, okay? Just stay with me. Stay with me. Like I said before, I gave you my history as far as how it became digital. I still remain all digital to this generation, to this day. That's what.
So you just want Sony to give you whatever that they say. If a game costs $200, you're going to buy it, especially if it's exclusive. Of course you are. Of course you are. You don't want to fight back for that. You don't want to fight for consumer rights. You just want to play your games. Fair. Thank you for telling us you're a pony. Like, and it's the difference between a gamer and a pony. A gamer just go and play the game. They don't like trash any other corporation. Me personally, I don't care about any other corporation. Steam could get it. Valve could get it. Nintendo could get it. PlayStation could get. Sony could get it, and Microsoft could get it. I don't care about any corporation, so I'm going to give them all the smoke when I get a chance. Like raising the prices of all this stuff is bullshit. So if they're going to do bad, you're going to expect me to call it out. Like Xbox increasing price, bullshit. Nintendo increasing price, bullshit. Steam machine is over $1,000, bullshit. Now PlayStation doing this is bullshit. I'm going to call it all out because I don't have. They're not paying me. If they're paying me, it's a different story. Same thing with Razer. I think the right to repair on their laptop is completely trash. Their stuff is too expensive. Or keep it real, and I'm a Razer fan.
And I want to say 1/4 of a generation. Two and 1/4 of generations I've been digital.
And here's the thing. I don't even say but. I don't make no excuses. If I know they're trash, they're going to be trash. But him saying he's a digital only person, but it's not like a good thing because he's telling me that he'll take whatever Sony will give him. And the thing about it is he's a fanboy. He's going to take what Nintendo what PlayStation give him.
That make it got two generations and a quarter of a generation, right?
Let me guess, you went with Rockstar and saying, "Oh, it's digital. I don't care. Let me go ahead and give Rockstar $100 plus extra $7 every month."
As somebody that is in a position that I am in, where I do prefer to purchase my games, I am that trend. You know what I mean? I am part of the problem.
No, stop calling part of the problem. It happened during the PlayStation 3 Slim era. They stopped you from playing PlayStation 2 games. You're not the problem. It's the company that created it. You're not part of it. Quit taking. It's the company that made the problem. You're not part of it. You just a bystander that went across it.
News doesn't affect me one bit. But I want to say, yo, Wild Wolf was good, man. I want to say, but I do feel it for the physical, for the gamers that do.
Quit these butts. Look, I want to say it like this. I want to say it like this. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it clearly. I do play digital on my PC, and I like the physical when it comes down to cards instead of CD. It's fucked up what these companies doing to the people who own physical media. No ifs, ands, or buts. I didn't use buts when I was like, I'm a physical media and it doesn't affect me. But no, it is going to affect me because guess what? They're going to raise prices and say prices is going to be $100. Price is going to be $150. It's going to affect me. It's going to affect him. And he's blind because he's a PlayStation fanboy.
Enjoy the physical disc, to play their games. I always question, from this generation, I always question, like, why do people really prefer the physical disc? I understand the options, but I also...
Because it's not, yes, it's an option, but it's actually balanced the fact that there's no monopoly when it comes down to that platform.
So I also try to, promote digital, right? As far as like, yo, you can just remote play whatever game. You can just stream what...
People don't like the lagginess of remote play. And even PlayStation fans say they hate remote play, but when PlayStation did it, they was a fan of it. Again, corporate
game. You have access to your game here. There's certain features that you was using just seamlessly. You know what I mean? PlayStation, they took some of them shits away, which upset me. But
it accept you. Oh, why? Because they could take away your rights to own it. They take away your rights to own it. Imagine you putting down thousands of dollars on stuff for Sony, and they say, "Well, we're taking it away." They were just taking it away. Even though you spent thousands of dollars on your physical copies, we're just going to take it away. Since you spend thousands of dollars on your digital copies, we're going to take it away. Yeah, that's the convenience for you. You don't own it.
There were features that was using them. But I do understand the mindset of physical, because as much as I do love digital, accessing my games digitally, I do have physical media as well. I was going over today.
So why the fuck are you talking about this? You saying it doesn't affect you, but you own physical copies, so it should affect you. Like, you know what, PlayStation fanboys, go ahead and pay for heated seats. Go ahead and do whatever you want to every single company because you do not make any sense whatsoever.
Going over some of my physical games, like in the game room right here. This is my gaming setup right here. And then I have, my gaming...
I thought you were supposed to play on the TV. So the argument of playing on TV is out the window.
TV, and on my gaming TV, I have like an old entertainment set that I have from my old crib. And I just put my physical games in the front right there. But that's not even like all my physical games. There's some physical games.
Yo, I'm not going to lie. I try to keep my physical games in the closet. The reason why I showed you Metroid because I took it out of my closet. I'd rather keep it in my closet. I don't want people to see my physical media, my physical copies. I keep that shit in the closet.
That I have in the closet, stacked away, stored away.
And what I mean by keeping it in the closet, I'm not going in there unless I need to.
Where, I didn't even, some of them is still in the box of collector's editions that I ain't even open up like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, like, and I understand that, when it comes to physical media, you can have more options to how you want to treat your game after you play it. Like, you can bargain a little bit more, from, retail stores to trade-ins, from selling it to a friend or lending it to a friend. So I totally understand. You know what I mean?
Do you? Really? Do you? Because it didn't affect you.
How people can be upset when it comes to physical sales. They're going to be more prevalent because each retailer is competing with each other. So one retailer...
Exactly. That's the reason why people is mad about the physical media getting deleted. And not only that, you could still do that with digital. You just have to have the store on the platform so it can compete. The problem with Sony is because you're only going to one store. and that's all you have. You can't go ahead and go to Steam and get the same game for less the price. You can't go over to Epic Games and get the games for less the price. You don't have competition. And that's a point that a lot of people are trying to tell the fanboys. You don't have competition, making you have to give Sony 100% of the profit.
They might have Horizon Forbidden West for $40, but another one might have a $20 sale or something like that. I get it, you know? So I truly understand, like, you know, people's, you know, anger when they hit this, when this news hit. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, as much as this doesn't affect me like that, I'm not attacking people that do prefer physical.
Jabari, let me make this bigger real quick. So how are you supposed to get cheaper games? You have no competition, meaning it's going to affect you. So let's say you got Horizon right for $40, but I got it off of CD Key on my PC for $2. Ah, yeah, I spent $2 on the same game that you're playing for $40, meaning you can spend that $38 on food, enjoying yourself, and all that stuff. That's the deal of competition. Sony wanted to take away competition. So when a game costs $150, you can't complain because it doesn't affect you. So I don't want to hear no complaints of games being more expensive because you want to support this and you say it doesn't affect you. I'm definitely done with Jabari. I think I'm done streaming a little bit, so I'm tired. Jabari, you're a joke. I'm not going to follow Broken Games. I'm done. Like, these fanboys is really, really getting on my nerves. I can't deal with it. They're tiring. Anyways, I'm very tired, everybody. I'm damn 4 hours. Oof. So the next time I'm going to stream, I'm going to try to stream tomorrow, but I'm going to try to stream a game. I'm probably going to do Freedom Fighters tomorrow. I'll make a thumbnail for it. But thank you for visiting, everybody. I really appreciate everybody coming by. Y'all been the greatest. Thank you very much. And remember, everybody's human. My name's Sendel Q, and you have yourself a great day. See ya.